I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Ninja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, I'm scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace like headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and it's so good to see you guys today. Thanks so much for being here, everyone. I will go up and say hi to everyone. I was trying to get everyone in the chat, and thank you all so much for being here, hitting the like button, just supporting the channel, supporting Finding Sebastian. So today I received a couple of good questions and I wanted to make a quick video on it. So I have about a 5.5 minute video that I posted that we're going to review today because I'm working on a big show for tomorrow night, and I think I'm going to do my first ever open mic night tomorrow where KJ and I are going to host a show, and we're going to do kind of a double panel. But I wanted to drop the link for anyone who was at the Gathering of Voices if they wanted to come up and speak about it. So I think that's what we're going to be doing. But I've been working on something special, kind of a video to put together for everyone, because I've been inspired by a couple of different things, and I think it's important to mention them as well. So, KJ, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hey, Wild Wolf, good to have you here. Thanks, Chuchi, for always putting up these disclaimers for us. Always important, even when we do a day show, that viewer discretion is always advised. We always talk about really sensitive topics here. Um, Yesterday was a hard one because we were talking about the Cleveland two, the two young girls who were found in suitcases, and their mother is going to be facing some justice in the courts. So we'll do a little brief update on that towards the end of the show today, because I think it's important to continue on. They did find one of the children's fathers, and he had been looking for his daughter. The last time he said that he saw his daughter was when he had to buy her some school clothes for kindergarten. Right. And what a horrible situation. So he was there standing in the rain, speaking with the news. People are bringing teddy bears and balloons and things like that to the sites where the girls were found. We also have Haley's Law, guys. If you haven't gone over and checked out Haley's Law, please read it, share it, sign it. It's so very important that we get awareness out about online predators and that sort of thing. And Chuchi, thank you so much for the multicolored hearts. We also have Michael Monkey Vaughn, who has never been found, and I'm hoping that because Stacy Wandra, one of the four responsible for kidnapping and murdering Michael Monkey Vaughn, I feel comfortable and safe saying that, will hopefully tell us where, or tell his mother and his stepfather, his father, uh, where Monkey is. So I'm just praying for justice for Monkey. It's long overdue and he deserves it. So hello, Kimberly Brummett. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, Cinderella. Good to see you. KK and Nani is here. Hello, Nani. Good to see you. And we have Narita in the house. Good to see you, Narita. Bo is here and little Miss Sharon is here. And Sandy is here as well. So good to see you guys. And Witchy Mama, thank you so much for being here. Let's see, I'm trying to see if I get everybody in here. And thank you so much for being here, guys. I appreciate it. Jilly B is here. Thank you for being here, Jilly B and Nisi Tincture. We have a great show planned today. Kylie's Nail Candy is here. Let's see, NorCal SoGal. Hey, so good to see you, NorCal SoGal. And Mama is here. Hey, Mama. And we got Laura. Hello, Laura. And yes, guys, this is where you can sign Haley's Law, right? And it's a pink alert. They're trying to do a pink alert because, when someone goes missing, time is of the essence. We need to get an alert out there. And this pink alert seems to encompass everyone else who isn't eligible or doesn't fit the criteria for an amber alert or a silver alert. So it's really important to make sure that we're getting the information out to everyone, right? Because we just don't know where these people are taking people when they take them, right? I mean, look at the Cleveland Three. The Cleveland Three were, one of the girls was 2.5 blocks away from her mother, right? Where she was living. She was 14 at the time, and that's Gina DeJesus. And she was 2.5 blocks away from her mom. And her mom was having prayer vigils and passing out flyers. And Ariel Castro is the man that kidnapped these three girls and impregnated one of the girls. And I'm here to tell you guys, he brought home a flyer to her and said, your mom's looking for you. Because that's what he got off on, was power, control, torture. He was absolutely a sadist. But she kept that flyer and she decorated it, and it gave her hope to continue on, even though the circumstances were atrocious. And she gave that flyer back to her mom. They started a foundation in Cleveland for the family of missing people and children. And I wanted to share one of the mission statements that they have on the wall because I think it rings true for Sebastian Rogers' case. And I think the way that the Cleveland Three was presented most recently as it pertains to Sebastian Rogers' case really missed the mark. Because if you go back and you watch the story, these women are absolute warriors. I mean, warriors. And we talk about that a lot here because we do advocate for domestic violence. And we talk about being a soldier. We talk about being a survivor. We talk about becoming a warrior. If you survive something like that, you're a friggin' warrior. Pat yourself on the back. Do a victory dance. Do a victory cry. Because you know what? You survived that. Hello, Adis. Good to see you. You survived it. And not only did you survive it, you're here to tell the story, right? You're strong enough to help other people. So I think that's so important. So very important because some of the victims don't get to come back and tell their stories. Some of the victims have to have their families advocate for them and create laws in order to prevent such happenings later on. So I think we need to highlight those girls. And I think that we don't need to be highlighting really people who were just there to catch the crime, right? We need to highlight the survivors, the warriors. And that's what we're going to be doing here. And we're going to show you how it pertains to Sebastian Rogers' case in a proper way. That's right, Chuchi. You are a survivor. You are a warrior, girl. I know you. I know you personally. So no, you're a warrior. You are a warrior, and you know it takes all of us warriors to get together and stand together. Right? That's what's important. We need to stand because we've already been through the worst case scenario, and you know it's hard to break somebody once they've already been through the worst case scenario. So here we go. Let's get into this today. And ooh, it looks like there's up charges. It looks like they trumped the charges up over here for uh the woman that was arrested for the two young girls. Says okay, so the sisters identified, right? We know that. But it looks like the charges have been up to aggravated murder. We'll get into that. Sorry, I just saw a squirrel. All right, so here we go. All right. So we're going to review this, and let me just turn this volume down really quick and get this over to you guys. And welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for being here, hitting that like button. Hey, Bluegrass, good to see ya. I'm still mad over the Guthrie case. Where's Sebastian's attention? I know, Justice for Noog. I agree with you there. I think that they need to absolutely do a better job. They absolutely need to do a better job. And I can't for the life of me figure out why they are not giving the proper attention to Sebastian, other than, of course, what's in my intro is money. Money talks, BS walks, right? But I agree with our friend Sandy up here said that it's never too late, or it's not too late for Sumner County to be Sebastian's hero. It's never too late, right? They can step in and they can do what they've needed to do this whole time and find Sebastian. Let's see. Oh, I think I lost your comment, Sandy. I should have popped it up there for longer. Oh, here, no, it is. Here it is. Here it is. I got it. Okay, so Sandy says Sumner County be Sebastian's hero. It's not too late. It's not too late to be Sebastian's hero. We still need them to step up. We're still asking them to step up. In my opinion, we may have been demanding that they step up, right, by going to the gathering of voices, but we were asking and begging and pleading for them to step it up, do something for Sebastian, find him. Nothing else matters. The only thing that matters is finding him. It doesn't matter what any of us think, because once Sebastian is found, he will tell us what happened to him. He will tell us. No matter what, he's going to tell us. And I think that's precisely what they're afraid of. And that's why they don't want him found. And I'm not talking about Sumner County. Although, let's watch. All right, guys, so we have, I forgot I put a little bit of commentary in here already. So we have Trouble in Paradise, we have Family Court Battles, we have The Ultimatum. So what I want to explore today is the last month, the last couple months before Sebastian went missing. So Sebastian's birthday is December 7th, right? His birthday is December 7th. He had his 15th birthday and he was being bullied by Aunt Melissa. Okay, so I just want to start there because I think that's important to note. He wasn't being bullied by one of his cousins. He wasn't being bullied by any of the kids at school that we know of. Sure, there's going to be a little bit of teasing, a little bit of bullying, a little razzing, right? But nothing that's malicious and nothing that Sebastian was outwardly displaying or telling other people. What he was telling other people is what was happening to him in his own home, what his own family was doing to him. And we know that Chris and Katie had trouble in paradise. That was confirmed by many, as well as the private eyes that Seth originally acquired in the beginning, right? So we're going to explore some of those comments from Chloe P.I. as well. I don't know how she can just go on about her life. I don't know where she's been, but I cannot believe that she has not spoken out or spoken up about what she knows in this case, because obviously it's fallen on deaf ears when it comes to the police department or whoever is getting these tips. They say they're following up on them, but how do we know that? How do we know that? Because everybody in this video that I know of, that I'm showing you screenshots of, has sent this over to law enforcement, yet nothing has been done. Nothing has been done. It's so gross that all of the adults in that family were always bullying Sebastian. Sheesh, these adults need to grow up. I know, and who does that to one of the kids in the family? Like, I never would have ever thought or had that on my radar. I understand there's some kids in the family, whether people want to, admit it or not, that might be a favorite, right? Or it's, oh, they're just so good, blah, blah, blah. Not every kid is going to be looked at the same, and they shouldn't be. They're all individuals. But we all know, we all have families. We know that there's some kids that are, the golden children, whatnot. Not saying it's right, but that's how it is. But to sit there and make fun of or hurt or bully a child is completely wrong. And especially if you're an adult. It's wrong if you're a kid doing it to another kid, but it's even more unthinkable when it's an adult doing it to an adult. So I know he's just roaming free, Adis, with multiple CPS reports against him. He should be in prison for abusing an autistic child, in my opinion. I believe that as well. I think that he should absolutely be arrested and questioned. I do. And I think that they need to put him in the cell with Bubba, right? And then Bubba might be able to get some information out of old Crispy. Because this is ridiculous. He was crying out for help in his home life, with his home life, for the things that were going on in his home life. Absolutely. All right, guys, so here we go.
And I told y'all I wasn't going to make this a long live. But here comes the good part. Hold on. Now, I hope Katie's listening to this, or some of her buds send it to her like they blew Chris's phone up allegedly when they were talking about his truck. But I know they're watching. Katie, this is where I start talking to you again. Do you remember crying to your little 20-something-year-old friend? You know, she's in her late 20s. Your friend that you did an install for, Katie? Oh, I'm not going to give it all away. Not here. It's a little bit too early for that. But do you remember breaking down to her, crying, and telling her how you and Chris were going through a divorce? That you were having it really hard? I bet Chris would be pissed off at that. Do you remember that? And do you remember telling her that you were just waiting for your husband to get arrested? You were just waiting for your husband to get arrested? Well, see, somebody thinks you're scared of your husband, but you're not scared of him, are you, Katie? Because if you were scared of him, and that's why I'm not even the least bit worried about putting this out, you surely would have made it known in public. You surely would have screamed during an interview, or when you had his child in your possession to go out and eat, right? And when you had the upper hand, nobody was ever holding a pew-pew to your head, by the way. But Katie, he will turn on you. And another thing, I have a question for you and him both. I have a question for you both. If y'all are trying to run the narrative with law enforcement that Sebastian ran away, I want to ask you something both. It was brought to my attention, but it made perfect sense. Why would you bring Faith down for that visit if you were scared somebody could have possibly took Sebastian, or he walked away and he was picked up, or, could bring him back, or any of those things?
Even like the description of, what he was last seen, like in the black outfit. Is that something that he wore to bed?
Yes. So he wore, like I said, it was the black pants with the white stripes down the side. It was a long sleeve black shirt. It was not a hoodie. It wasn't a sweatshirt. It was a long sleeve black shirt.
And y'all think that he went out the front door?
Right now, that is the best assumption available.
Y'all don't think maybe he might have put a sweater on or something? I mean,
that right there that would be an assumption, and we never saw him.
Yeah.
We saw what he went to bed in, and that was it.
job is to figure out why.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to play that through, and then we're going to pause to read that as well. So let me just get this little build my own farm thing off of here. Okay, so let's go back. Here. All right, and welcome in, everyone. Hey, Detroit, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so what happened to Sebastian? I want to go back and listen to just this part with Smiley. I'm going to pause through it and I'm going to review it, but I wanted to kind of show the whole video since it's a short one. So, yeah, we, right? A lot of we's, right? And then we have screenshots, right? So some of those screenshots were from my conversation today with a good friend of mine that we kind of bounce ideas off of each other, and we're kind of, getting together some timeline information. And I'm like, I think we need to make a video on this, right? Because this is some good information, right? And little pieces where people have clipped this stuff, right? Like Lauren on Facebook. She's on X, but she's also named Lauren on Facebook. And she did an excellent job comparing Chris Watts, Family Annihilator, to Katie and her statements, right? So his porch interview was almost spot on to Katie, right? Because there's something absolutely wrong here. Absolutely wrong. And then if a detective or a sheriff or any guy in law enforcement, and there were many that disagreed because they were honking for us in Gallatin, if they can't see that, there's something wrong with them. And maybe they shouldn't be a cop. Maybe they shouldn't be an investigator. Maybe they shouldn't be a detective because they haven't been one this whole entire time. Not if they're not looking into this. I mean, it's absolutely insane. She seems to be happy that it's just her and Chris now. I mean, I've never seen such. She looks like she is completely calm, cool, collected, not a care in the world. Her son was missing for what? Almost a year at this point of this photo being taken. This is her driving around the neighborhood, quote unquote, looking for her son, the windows rolled up. She seems like cool as a cucumber. She wasn't crying during her interview. We reviewed it for the 2-year mark. She was not crying. She might have had one tear squeeze out. Hey, Sandwich. One tear squeeze out, and that's it. Crazy. Hey, Brenda Calvert. Brenda Calvert says, how are they so sure what he was wearing, especially Chris, who wasn't there? If they know he has long sleeves on, then why didn't they show what character was on it? Right. So we talked about this because I understand, when it comes to a co-parenting situation and the kids are, here for every other weekend and then here for, the clothes could get intermingled. Just depending, on what's going on. You might send a new outfit over to your ex's house for your child. That's, something you bought, right? But it's for your child, so it's theirs. So they bring it where they want to bring it, right? So I can see them having clothes that were intermingled. But when we ask Seth, were there any clothes missing from your house? What about the shoes? He gives straightforward answers. And he just tells us, no, that wasn't at my house. Yes, that was. We know our kids' clothes as parents. Katie pretends like she doesn't know what he was wearing to bed that night, even though she says that he came out and said, good night, mama, and good night, puppies, right? Good night to his mama, good night to his puppies. But then we find out later that those weren't even his puppies. Those were Chris and Katie's puppies, right? They bought one for Chris and one for Katie. And then Chris said they don't like him very much and called him a traitor. Right. And then we find out that she didn't put the puppies up that night because he told her put the dogs up and go to bed. Remember? And he said it just like that too. I mean, that's what he was telling us. It wasn't like he tried to, sugarcoat it or anything like that. So he says, but when he's not around, the dogs sleep with her. That was admitted later, right? Give him a little bit of a liquor, Why don't they arrest Chris while he's been drinking? I bet you he'll tell a lot more shit than he wouldn't normally. But then again, that wouldn't hold up in court now, would it? Because that's a drunk witness. But when he was on Queen Bee, they told a whole lot of stuff, right? Because they were sitting there shooting the shit. They were having some drinks, and they were being truthful. We all the way home. Witchy. Oh my goodness. Hey, Mama. CP and KP, do you really think life will be normal? I mean, it's never going to be. They want it to be. They want it to be. I mean, Katie's still complaining about threats, even though they're the ones making threats as well. I mean, I'm not here to say that they've never gotten a threat, because I think that would be irresponsible of me, because I'm sure they have. I mean, look at all the things they have come out and said. I'm not surprised when people are threatening Chris Proudfoot, because he was bragging about beating Sebastian with a belt, an autistic child. So no, I'm not surprised. I'm surprised the bikers didn't beat the hell out of him in the back alley. But they've also done their fair share, haven't they? I mean, Chris Proudfoot loves to go after women, and then he also threatened Silver's on the Scene and Mob Crew, Chris from Mob Crew, right? They don't talk about that on the news either, though. Katie doesn't talk about how she puts a baby Jesus with Sebastian's flyer either. I'm sure that would go over really well with Holly Thompson, Miss, Pollyanna. Oh, we're just going to keep hope alive. Yeah, well, why don't you ask her some hard questions? Maybe you could be the one to ask the one question that we needed her to slip up on. Hey, Jasper, good to see you. BS from the start. All BS from the start. Hey, Faye. So, yeah, unbelievable. Cindy Dalton, hello from Biloxi, Mississippi. Good to see you, Cindy. So, threatening to run Bullhorn Betty over. I know, it's almost like I put all of us women that have been, threatened by Chris Proudfoot or one of his cronies, right? Because they found someone in Florida to come after me directly, but that didn't go over very well for them, did it? Right? Because he didn't pick someone smart enough that wouldn't, film them doing the harassment and the stalking. Unbelievable. That's what you get when you hire drug addicts, Chris. You just don't get the quality, do ya? All right, guys. So let's play this through. We're gonna pause to listen to Smiley.
And I told y'all I wasn't gonna make this a long live, but here comes the good part. Hold on. Now, I hope Katie's listening to this, or some of her buds sent it to her, like they blew Chris's phone up allegedly when they were talking about his truck. But I know they're watching.
Okay, so what Smiley is referring to, and I'm sure a lot of you know this, is when Elevated Goof came on his live stream and he was about to, blow the top off of shit. He was saying that, he's tired of holding back. He's tired of holding their secrets for them. He's sick and tired of having to watch all of this bullshit, right? I mean, I think all of us have gotten to that point. Even though I'm not a fan of Elevated Goof, I won't even call him by his real name. As a matter of fact, he sent about $200 over to my stalker after he lost in court. So let's just, make sure that everybody knows that I do not like or endorse or care for Elevated Goof. Hey, KJ Mac, good to see you, hun. Thanks for being here. So And if you guys aren't subbed up to Smiley, Smiley's awesome. Just go over and sub up to Smiley, please. She's great. And thank you, Witchy Mama. Um, and I also got this from Lauren on Facebook, right? So this is like one that she posted, but it's we all know it's Smiley, right? So what we're seeing here is people coming forward because they're tired of holding back, right? I don't know how someone could have information pertaining to Sebastian Rogers' case and be fine with sitting on it, right? But the minute that Chris was notified by, let's see, who popped up on the panel? Queen Bee, no longer on YouTube, but Cluminati. Granny's watching, Body moving. All of these people swooped in, right? And didn't want Elevated Goof to tell the truth. They swooped in, and then Chris, when they started talking about his truck, hey, Texas lady, that's the point where Chris got on the panel, right? And it was shut down by all of those people, every single one of them that got up there. Now, I will say that Queen Bee was quiet up there for the most part. Most of the time we had Clue talking and Chris talking and then Elevated Goof. Obviously, hopefully it's his panel. He wasn't treating it like it was because he didn't have to let those people up. He could have stopped all of that and he could have told the truth, but he decided he wasn't going to, right? Either that or he was just bullshitting. I don't know. I don't trust nary one of them. So I just wanted to put that into perspective for all of us because that's who Smiley's talking about. And we know that they love to watch all of us, even this little tiny channel over here, Lady Freedom. They love it. They spend all their time trolling through YouTube, watching our shit. Why? Why are you so worried about what I have to say, Crispy? Why are you so worried? Katie, dead eyes over there. Wake up, Katie. I just want to give her some smelling salts because she looks like she's like zoned out all the time. I don't know what she's on, but if I look at her eyes in any of these interviews, I mean, yikes. Hello, Lisa Hunt. Good to see you. She says, CP, yeah, he took Truth's man card. Yes, and that's why, I have a custom emoji, the man card emoji. I think I still might have something back here. I might be able to show it to you guys. Let's see if I can change it up. But yeah, he come up there and took his man card, didn't he? And then they were, having a pissing match or contest or whatever it was. Oh, I'm a bigger man than you are. No, I am. No, I am. Here we go. Oh boy, let me take my big head off here. But yeah, this is the man card. But I put a real man card up here, right? And I put Rambo up there. So yeah, that's a man card. That's the man card. So, yep. Man card taken. I don't even know what that really even means because obviously I'm not a man and I don't think there's any women cards out there, but I did make one. So, only someone that has to convince someone else, it just makes you wonder about how big the member is when they're doing that, right? Because they're obviously overcompensating. So we have Smiley, right? And she's talking about this instance, and I have the post and the person who was talking to the nurse, right? That Katie was talking to. So again, this is hearsay, but I think it's important, and I think it should have been followed up on with law enforcement. But did they follow up, right? Or did they consider this one of their quote unquote leads, or what happened here? Because I'd like to know.
Katie, this is where I start talking to you again. Do you remember crying to your little 20-something-year-old friend? You know, she's in her late 20s. Your friend that you did an install for, Katie? Oh, I'm not going to give it all away. Not here. It's a little bit too early for that. But do you remember breaking down to her, crying, and telling her how you and Chris were going through a divorce? That you were having it really hard? I bet Chris would be pissed off at that. Do you remember that? And do you remember telling her that you were just waiting for your husband to get arrested? You were just waiting for your husband to get arrested? Well, see, somebody thinks you're scared of your husband, but you're not scared of him, are you, Katie? Because if you were scared of him, and that's why I'm not even the least bit worried about putting this out, you surely would have made it known in public. You surely would have screamed during an interview, or when you had his child in your possession to go out and eat, right? And when you had the upper hand, nobody was ever holding a pew-pew to your head, by the way. But Katie, he will turn on you. And another thing, I have a question for you and him both. I have a question for you both. If y'all are trying to run the narrative with law enforcement that Sebastian ran away, I want to ask you something both. Why would, it was brought to my attention, but it made perfect sense. Why would you bring Faith down for that visit if you were scared somebody could have possibly took Sebastian, or he walked away and he was picked up, or, could bring him back, or any of those things?
Okay, this is a great question that Smiley is posing here, right? Right? I mean, what is going on? Why would you put Faith in the position of being around a house where you think a predator might have lured Sebastian out? Right? Where you think the predator is watching the house, knows where the house is, because that's where he was quote unquote taken from, right? So very interesting. Hey, happy holidays. And wait, what says preach it, Smiley? I know. And the thing is that all of this information has been sent over to law enforcement. All of this information has been given to Seth. I could almost guarantee that part too. Because I think that's why Smiley is kind of holding back and saying, I'm not going to let it all out here, but I'm going to give you guys the general gist of it, right? Because she's probably sending all of it over. I know she sent it to law enforcement, but also to Seth. And I'm a big believer in doing that, because he's got a private eye that he can have them work this through, right? And he needs to know about it, especially at this juncture, so that way he can make sure that it gets followed up on, especially if we know that they're not following up on this stuff, right? But going back, happy holidays. I saw that you had a question. Let me go back really quick. What we're at, 3/16. I put the date, not of Smiley's, but of when it was posted on X. But here we go. So Oh, it was right before this. Sorry. Because yeah, this was Lauren on X's post, and she posted it on April 12th, 2025. Right? So I think it was before the then that Smiley had this live. Let's see, and we are at 3:19. So I did try to put a date in there because I'm like you, happy holidays. I kind of like to know when everything transpired because I think it speaks to, the timeline, the time frame, and what was going on. Okay, so we have this, right? So a top fan says on Facebook, tell me why Katie was crying to her friend, saying she was afraid that CP was going to divorce her and she was scared that he was going to be arrested soon. Maybe that friend needs to be questioned, right? So, where was law enforcement on that? Did they question this friend? Did they question the conversation? Where were they? Right? I mean, I'm not saying, yeah, absolutely happy holidays. I'm not saying that they didn't, right? But I'm wondering because there should be enough circumstantial evidence to build a case. And obviously, it wouldn't be a case where we have Sebastian unless they decided to cut a deal. But none of this has been leveraged. None of this has been leveraged against the Proudfoot feet. Sorry, proud feet, plural. So why not? And if they know about it, which I trust they do, then what's going on? No, Lisa, I don't believe. No, Smiley did not. So it's the best of my understanding that Rich and Ruby was trying to do a fundraiser for Sebastian, but wasn't trying to raise funds for Sebastian. He was trying to raise his own funds, doxed himself. He's a real idiot, in my opinion. And he was trying to get permission from Chris and Katie. And because Smiley wanted to do something kind for Sebastian, she apologized to Chris because that's what he wants, right? He wants the power, the control. Apologize to me, right? Because he's some kind of grand high poobah butt crack over there. And that's what he wanted. And then he gave permission to do something for Sebastian. And then Smiley finds out that this guy is not a good person, Rich and Ruby, a piece of crap. And, well, I do know him. I do. Lisa, I do. And I've dealt with him. And the minute that I found out who he was, I stopped dealing with him. He's a liar. He has a problem with telling the truth. And he wants to make money off of missing children's cases. He doesn't want to work to bring good information and build a channel properly. He wants to use other people and he wants to lie to his viewers. And so that's what he was doing, and he was trying to get money that he had no intention of spending on Sebastian. And Seth even called him out about it in one of his live streams. So no, Smiley is not switching sides, so to speak, in my opinion. No, I think that she was trying to do something. Well, I know that for a fact that she was trying to do something for Sebastian, right? Because there's a lot of things that we can do for Sebastian, but, we need to ask permission from the parents. So I understand that. And that was a stipulation that Rich said he was given. But no, that wasn't. But either way, so I want to know too why Katie was crying to people, because this wasn't the only person Katie was crying to, you guys. She was very outward and vocal, and at a certain point, it appears that she was looking to leave Chris Proudfoot. He was, after all, abusing her son. And we've all witnessed how he speaks to her. He speaks to her in a very rude manner that she does not deserve. Nobody deserves to be treated that way. So, of course, she's trying to get away from him, but it's not that simple when it comes to a narcissist, because they do something called hoovering, right? So they push you away and then they pull you back in. And if they think they're about to have, if they think you're about to leave them, they try to get you back. That's just their game. And some of them will stalk you and they will find you and they will force you to come back. Right? Because they'll scare the crap out of you and make you feel like you have no other choice. A lot of times they'll try to make you lose your job. A lot of times they'll go after you personally and make sure all of your friends, and that's where a smear campaign comes in, by the way. And that's why we've seen smear campaigns in Sebastian Rogers' case, because we're dealing with a narcissist and that's their go-to. That's what they do. They try to rip you down so no one will help you. So I believe that many things can be true all at once. And yes, I think Katie has very serious mental health issues herself and personality disorders. I'm not a doctor, but I do believe that that exists, and that dynamic definitely exists. And she's definitely married to a narcissist, in my opinion. But when you have codependency, that's where there's trauma bonding and there's this bond that's hard to break between the two people, and it's so toxic. And that's where we see Chris and Katie, but they've definitely met their match in each other, haven't they? And Daffy Dog, I don't put that past them one bit. Katie can't leave Chris because he has something on her, in my opinion. I think they have plenty on each other. And I think they've been willing to do enough dirt together that they both have dirt. Right? Because let's not forget, Katie likes to film people while Chris is harassing and creeping on them. Right? She's right there with him. She's not telling him, no, I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. No, she's right there with him, filming it. Right? Because I'd rather have my butt whooped than to do something horrible to another human being like Katie did to Nina. I'd rather take a beating for it. Right? I would. And that's what happens when you stick around in that shit. Brenda Calvert says codependent dance. And it is. It's a back and forth. And it's the same thing with narcissism and the hoovering and the love bombing and then, the discard. These people are textbook, guys. They're textbook. We don't have to be a doctor to recognize this. We don't have to be a med student to recognize this, So, thanks, Nani. I mean, it's just so obvious. And like I said, there's ways of even looking up these behaviors and just Googling it, y'all. But also we're seeing the patterns over and over again here. So now we have Chantel Morse Owens, right? This is the lady who supposedly made these comments, and we're going to read what she has to say. And I think she's really brave, and I am glad that she decided to come out and talk about this instance. Now, this was May 2nd. So the other was the other one was for April. So this might have been 2025. Right. But, these social media things, they need to start putting on timestamp dates and all of that. I want to see what time it was. I want to see what day it was, what hour it was, what minute it was, because it's all important. It's all important. So Well, you know what? Only this girl, maybe so. You never know. I don't know what Katie's going through completely, right? I don't. Because I'm not her, you know. I'm just I don't know what she's going through. And it's hard for me to read Katie because there's times where I can feel um where she is being abused by Chris, right? Like she's the one that is the submissive one in the relationship, but then we see her coming out and we hear things about her and people who have known her for years and years and years saying that that's not the case. That Katie isn't the meek, shy, sweet, southern girl that she portrays herself, right? Because a woman would stand up, right? Katie doesn't have big girl britches. She just doesn't. Otherwise, she would have hiked them up and did what she had to do. But she didn't. And she still hasn't. She's up there quoting her husband, and he's back there coughing, making sure she gets it right. Oh, the telephone game. Does anybody remember where that came from? That was Chris. Right? Because he might be back there and he might not be on camera, but he's definitely pulling the strings. And she's allowing for it because she could get up there and say whatever she wants to do and take whatever punishment comes next. And a lot of us that have been in abusive relationships, we know what's coming. You just weigh it out, right? Like whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger, kind of a thing. So mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Chanel writes, today I went to a doctor's appointment at St. Thomas Ascension, Cancer Center in Nashville. By Hendersonville, I was chatting to the nurses and saying I was watching and praying for Sebastian. And one lady said, I know the mom. She does my security system. And I was chatting with her and she was crying about getting a divorce with her. A divorce, and that Sebastian did not want to live with her. I'm going to read that again because this Chanel lady, right, which I wanted to show you a picture of her because I want you to see she looks like a normal person, right? New character unlocked. She looks like a credible source. I mean, I didn't deep dive into this person and I wouldn't, expect anybody else to. I'm just saying this is what she's alleging. And I think it's important because this is not the only person who has alleged this, right? This is just a person who's brave enough to put their shit out there and say, hey, yeah, I was the one that heard her say this, right? Why law enforcement hasn't gotten a hold of these people is beyond me, especially the main source of where she actually heard this. The person that spoke with Katie, the person that Katie allegedly works on their house, because she states that the nurse told her, I know the mom, she does my security system, and I was chatting with her and she was crying about getting a divorce, and that Sebastian did not want to live with her, right? But everybody wants to say on these YouTube streets that Sebastian loves Chris and he wanted to be a crane operator like dad. And that's Katie. That's a direct quote. When in fact, Sebastian enjoyed working on big machinery and things like that because he was getting positive praise for it. And maybe he really enjoyed that, but there was so many more things that Sebastian enjoyed doing. And Sebastian and Seth are like two peas in a pod, right? They had their own thing going. And Sebastian felt comfortable there and he loved being around his dad. And as kids get older, they're going to do that. They're going to have a mind of their own. They're going to be able to choose where they want to be. And as they should. right? Now they shouldn't be bouncing around, and kids do that. Oh, okay, well, I want to live with mom right now because mom lets me do this. Well, I'm living with dad because dad lets me do this, blah, 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 blah. It was to a whole nother level than that, in my opinion. Sebastian didn't like living with Chris and Katie because he was isolated. He didn't have friends in the neighborhood, but when he went to his dad's, he did. He could be himself. KJ says, I think she has made provisions for either Chris or Seth to take the blame if it comes down to it. Most likely Chris, since she would probably gain more financially, in my opinion. Well, I think they've tried to set Seth up for a lot of this too. Trying, like I said, trying to say that Sebastian didn't want to be around Seth. He didn't really want to live over there, type of a thing, right? Because Seth smokes cigarettes. Well, a lot of people don't like it when their parents smoke cigarettes, because they go to school, they hear how horrible it is, right? And then they come home and they're like, oh my gosh, please don't smoke. I don't want you to die, because it's harmful and it doesn't smell pleasant. But, Seth smokes outside. So, I mean, even though Sebastian probably didn't like it, I don't think that was like the end all be all, right? That was just something that they were saying, in my opinion, to try to convince people that Sebastian didn't want to go live with Seth. But in reality, he did. And in reality, we have this person who is saying, yeah, Katie was upset about that. And what mother wouldn't be? I'd be upset about that too. As a matter of fact, I know from experience, because when I was divorced, my daughter felt like she was in the middle. And all kids feel like that to a certain extent if they have to. If you have the parents fighting back and forth in family court, which we know, Katie was doing that. Seth was all good to take care of Sebastian until Katie wanted a divorce from him. And then all of a sudden, he's just this horrible monster. It's just not right. Katie would be smart to confess. Faye, that would be her best bet. I mean, some people would say, 2 years, that ship has sailed. I don't think so. I think her best bet would be to confess. Hey, Smack Talker, good to see ya. So, I mean, let's do this, Katie. Let's find Sebastian. Whether you put him in a school, whether you did something horrible, we need to know. We need to know. Oh, I know. Jasper, we really need a better time frame, don't we? Like a good timeline we need to work off of. But it's so hard because we're working off of their timeline. And Katie, in my opinion, and Chris came up with a story. It's completely scripted. And then for most of the day, they stayed on camera or with other people, right? That could verify their whereabouts until about 7 o'clock that night. Something happened after 7 o'clock that night to Sebastian, in my opinion. Obviously, I think I would be correct stating that, right? I don't know many people that can argue with me and say, no, nothing happened to him after 7. That's crazy. No, because something did happen after 7 p.m., right? Because then at 6 a.m., Katie says she goes in there and Sebastian's missing. She goes in his room and he's not there. But all the windows and doors are locked. So what happened to Sebastian, right? Because we know that there has to have been some sort of indication if somebody did lure him. And we see that in Haley Busby's case, right? The police were able to go back and go through her communications. So anybody that thinks that Sebastian was talking to somebody online, I don't think that is what happened. I really don't. Because I don't see how Sebastian would communicate with them without anyone knowing about it. There's always a digital trail, right? Even if it's an encrypted conversation, which means completely private. There is always a trail. So this had to have been an inside job, in my opinion. So this person is saying that Katie was upset because, Sebastian didn't want to live with her. Now she's also getting a divorce from Chris, right? But we don't know what Katie has done to Sebastian because of Chris, if that makes sense. We just don't know that. We don't know if there was resentment built up because Katie wasn't protecting Sebastian. And Sebastian being 15, he's old enough to recognize more than he would have if he was little. And he's starting to realize that my mom is not protecting me. She must not care about me if she's not protecting me. So even though there was this divorce, allegedly, Sebastian still didn't want to just live with Katie either, according to what's being said here. So there had to have been a disconnect there as well. We saw it at the Texas Roadhouse. They barely talked. Sebastian asked to play the game. She says, I don't know if she said no, but she flung the menu across the table. Right? And then she sits there on her phone secretly taking pictures of Sebastian. And then there's a conversation. And I'm going to pull this down really quick because I want to show you all this. Not my big face. That's not what I was going for. I wanted to show you guys this. Right? So we have the TBI. Let me move me over here. Okay. We have the TBI narrative, happy, smiley, sunshiny faces, and then what really happened. And it looks like Sebastian is being scolded. If you look right under the word narrative, he looks like he's being scolded. If you look underneath me, where I am on the screen, you will see him being scolded. And look at his body language. There's at least 3 pictures of him being scolded and then the aftermath, right? Him sitting there, Sebastian sitting there, and he's playing with his nails, right? He seems nervous. As someone who does that, that's like a nervous habit. Biting nails, things like that. That's why I wear the fake ones so I don't bite them. So I know. And Faye says 287 pages of school counseling are proving that, right? It's anxiety. It's anxiety. Poor Sebastian. I don't feel sorry for the parents. I'm sorry. I don't. Seth, yes, because he's out there fighting all the time. But I mean, for Chris and Katie, no, I don't. I'll allege all day. Jilly says it's so sad that Sebastian had to feel unloved by KP. What a mom. I know, Jilly, it's so sad. I mean, and Sebastian was so well behaved at the restaurant. For someone who was just disappointed about not going bowling, he seemed in high spirits. I mean, he was cordial with the wait staff. He was smiling at them and things like that. So I mean, he didn't seem like he was angry, right? But they may have had some time to diffuse. I'm not saying that he didn't have, any type of a fit or a meltdown or anything like that. Maybe he did. I don't know. It doesn't seem like he was having a lot of issues with that. I mean, I don't know. I just saw him at the restaurant. And then they're saying about, toilet issues and stuff. It seems like he didn't have that. Because he got up and used the bathroom. I mean, that's how if I have to go to the bathroom, I get up, I go to the bathroom. That's what he did. So I just don't understand it, Oh, thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thanks, Witchy, for letting me know. That's amazing. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Um, so yeah, unbelievable, right? It's not the narrative that we're seeing before our eyes, right? So then Sebastian came up missing shortly after all of this, right? So this conversation happens, and then shortly after, Sebastian comes up missing. I thought, or excuse me, it says, I told her I thought Katie locked, excuse me. Sorry, guys. It's kind of small on my screen. So I told her I thought Katie looked scared of Chris. And I heard about the CPS report on Chris, but in the interview, he would not tell them what it was all about. I asked her if she called in the info, and she said no. I told her to please call, right? I told her to please call. Because if it's hearsay, so if Chanel called it in, it would be hearsay. But if they were to go to the direct source and the direct source would tell them, that would be an eyewitness account of what Katie said. And I think that when it's a man versus a woman should be scared of a man because men are stronger than us. They can hurt us if they want to, right? Because after we get to be a certain age, men are stronger than we are physically. I think women are stronger in other ways, but physically, no. We're not a match. You know, if I was to try to take Chris down, I would have to kick him where it would hurt, right? That's what we can do. I'm not saying that a woman couldn't, but I mean, overpowering a man, no. And that's why it's scary. I think Sebastian didn't have to say much. He had an expressive face. It probably got him in trouble a lot with the feet. Right, exactly. Well, because, wipe that dirty look off your face, right? Or whatnot. Yeah, I can hear it now, Brenda. I can hear it now because I'm the same way. It's hard for me to hide my emotions like that. And I think he did seem concerned. Hey, scissors. Good runs with scissors. Good to see you. Yeah. So we have this, right? And then, of course, people are concerned underneath. Did you report this? You never know. This case will ever go to trial. And this piece of information is part of a motive, right? We're always looking for motive, right? It's important because we look for means, motive, opportunity. So we had the family court stuff going on, right? We had the family court stuff going on where Chris wanted to take custody again away from Nina. For what reason? I don't know. My guess is power control and to hold Faith over Nina's head, right? Because Nina's biggest fear after her baby, her little tiny baby, was taken away from her for no reason, was that it was going to happen again. It was so traumatizing for Nina to lose her little baby like that, her precious little Faith, even to the father, right? Because she knows how the father is. Terry Lynn even asked Chris Proudfoot, do you put hands on your daughter? And I'm paraphrasing. And he said, yeah. He believes in that, you guys. He believes in putting his big man hand across a little girl's face. That's who he is. That's who he admits to being. So don't shoot the messenger. Don't get mad at me because I'm saying it. He said it himself. I'm going off of what he said. I'm quoting him. Trust me, I wish he was a good daddy to Faith. I don't want nothing bad for that beautiful little girl. But nevertheless, he was trying to take her again from her mother, who loves her. Now, this is Chloe PI's post. This is March 22nd. This is when Chloe came into the case. So I know this was 22nd, May 22nd. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's March. So M-A-R, March 22nd, 2024. When this was posted on Facebook. Mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, Hendersonville, Tennessee, Chloe S.P.I. Today I received a 200-plus page set of documents in regards to Sebastian Rogers. I will not share all of what was discovered in these documents because I don't know that it's beneficial to finding Sebastian. Okay, well, I don't know why she would be the best judge of that, especially because she didn't last very long in his case. But this is what she's saying. What I will say is I gained a lot of insight into Sebastian's earlier years. One major point I took from these documents, and the only one that I'll discuss at this very moment, is that Katie claimed she would not discipline Sebastian corporally. This is interesting after last night's interview when Chris spoke confidently about hitting Sebastian with a belt. CPS has been involved more than once. Also, a superior court had a request for file review on January 29th, 2024. Maybe she won't do it, excuse me, maybe she won't do it, but will allow it, ? Maybe she won't do it, but she allows it. She not only allowed it, but she also defended it. I did not let him beat my son with a belt, is what she said. I'm going to tell you right now, a man comes towards my daughter with a belt, he's going to be sorry. He is going to be sorry. Because I will jump on his back like a damn spider monkey if I have to. She allowed for Sebastian to be beat with the belt. And she didn't leave him afterwards. Right? Because that's another thing that bothers me about Katie is that she just kept allowing for it. She didn't try to leave and then he'd stalk her and do something and she'd go back. I could understand that because I've been in that position. But she just kept allowing for it. She kept letting it happen. This beautiful child here, Sebastian's cute little face. How could you let that happen to him and then defend it and justify it? Oh, he's lying about doing work, she told Nancy Grace. Oh, it was only one time, she was telling Nancy Grace, even though Chris Proudfoot himself said it was when he was 15. Mind you, 15-year-old child. Mind you, 15-year-old child. Yet here we sit, and Sebastian's been missing for 2 years. So there was a request for a file review by the courts, January 29th, 2024. Someone needs to speak up, #Tennessee. I wish she would have stayed with this mindset. And I wish she would have shared more. Because Sebastian deserves better than this. Sebastian deserves people to know his story and what happened to him. But the fact of the matter is we're relying on Sumner County Sheriff's Office, like Sandy said, to be our heroes. Sebastian needs them to do their job. He needs them. So what happened to Sebastian? Because we have crazy ass stepfoot. We have a mother that's a mouthpiece for not her son, but her husband. She wants everybody to be quiet and shut their mouths about her missing child. She doesn't even show his face when she has it on her t-shirt. Why not? Sebastian, out of 27-minute interview, 27 and a half minutes, he got 3 or 4 seconds of airtime of his face being out there, Katie. And you're the one talking about how we need to keep his face out there. His face was on your shirt. And then you have his father outside of the sheriff's department saying, the first thing is please share my son's face. Show his face. While he's wearing a Sebastian t-shirt that looks like it's been worn 1,000,000 times. Katie, yours is brand fucking spanking new. What in the hell do you expect us to believe? What do you expect us to believe? Because I'm looking at a brand new shirt and 0 airtime seconds for Sebastian. All about you and your husband and the telephone game. All right. So this is part of my conversation, and I think there's some good questions and some good talking points in here. So I wanted to show you guys. So just like Seth not told about the CPS investigations, right? Seth didn't even know that Sebastian was being hit with a belt, that he was being punished corporally. Because again, when Katie decided that she didn't want to be with Seth anymore, Katie started making up a smear campaign against Seth. Even though it was just fine and dandy that Seth raised Sebastian and had him while Katie was deployed and in boot camp and all of these other things that Katie wanted to do. But the minute that she had no use for Seth anymore, she decides, hey, Lori, she decides that she is going to start a smear campaign against Seth, right? And in their divorce, because of the accusations that were being launched at Seth, they both agreed that they would not put hands on, discipline, and I'm saying that with air quotes, because I think you can discipline without doing that. But that's how they agreed not to do that. They agreed. But all of a sudden, Chris comes in with his belt and it's okay. Not even Sebastian's father. Not even a stepfather, in my opinion. But he has the nerve to take his belt off and whip Sebastian with it? I don't think so. So, Seth finds out and he's upset. I remember the news reel that came out and Seth was saying, I didn't even know he was hitting my son like that. I had to hear it on a podcast, right? But he was also not aware of these CPS investigations. And he wasn't aware that on January 29th, 2024, a superior court had a request for a review of the CPS cases. The courts were supposed to review that on the 29th of January. Almost a month later, Sebastian goes poof, or that's what they want us to think, because he didn't. But he just came up missing. Oh, whatever. And CPS moves out, and then Chris Proudfoot allegedly moves out of the home February 2nd. He last saw Sebastian. and went to Memphis area on February 4th, 2024. Right? All great points. And then Chris Proudfoot denies he came home. Okay, semantics. He didn't come home to 1008 Stafford Court, but where did he say, or where was he staying the day and the night of the teacher meeting held in February of 2024 for Sebastian, right? The parent-teacher meeting or conference that allegedly happened, right? That, thank you, Lori, that and Chuchi, that allegedly happened. Where was he staying? Did he go back, quote, home? Was he staying with his mother? Was he staying at one of her vacant properties? Was he staying at one of the family's homes? Because he absolutely was there. And according to the teachers, was making them all feel extremely uncomfortable because of the way that Chris and Katie were blaming everything on Seth and taking zero accountability. And then we have the sheriff coming out talking about accountability. There is none, Craddock. There's been zero accountability since Sebastian went missing. You have not named a suspect. You have not even said a person of interest, nor have you given us a proper timeline. You have done nothing. It's shameful. And then you want to talk about real information? What about that? What about the 5 CPS reports, or at the very least 4? What about them? What about them? Somebody got fired, Craddock. Somebody got fired from their job. So something had to have happened. Because people don't just get fired from a job like that. As a matter of fact, there's shitty social workers everywhere that get to keep their job and retire with a shitty record. And these poor kids fall through the cracks, and nothing's ever put on the record. So why is it that someone lost their job over this? But there's no accountability to the people who were actually abusing Sebastian in the home. Because last time I checked, the social worker wasn't abusing Sebastian. She was just allowing for it. Just like Katie allowing for it. Diane, hello Diane. Diane says KP never wanted Sebastian. Let's remember she joined the Navy when he was a baby. What new mother does that? I don't know. I can't imagine. I breastfed for a year, so I don't know. I don't know how you leave your baby. I don't know. Same as CP did not want Faith, but went after her. Power and control. That's it. That's it. Power and control. And I just want to remind everyone that I was the same age when I had my daughter as KP was when she had Sebastian. I was 19. And I would never leave my baby. Ever. Never would I ever. CP denies he came home, right? And that's semantics. So then we have the parent-teacher meeting, right? We don't know where Chris stayed. We're not sure, right? Because that was never told to us, and that they would never tell the truth anyway, even if we asked them. Also, their wedding anniversary was February 14th. So what happened there? Did they meet up? Did Katie go see him? Did he come see Katie? Or did he withhold love from her? Did he say that it's either me or Sebastian, and he meant it? Because the ultimatum for me is huge, and it's always been a point of interest and a reason why, or the motive why, they would have tried to, quote unquote, get rid of Sebastian before he went to his dad's house, because he was supposed to go live with his dad. All they had to do was wait a little longer, but they couldn't, could they? Why? Because there was a review coming up? Because there was a review that already happened? Because maybe the judge wanted to speak to Sebastian himself? I think so. I think so. Sebastian was with Seth the weekend of the 16th of February. And yes, he was. We do know that because Seth told us that, right? It was his weekend and he told us, right? So we know that much. Sophie, thank you for being here. Sophie says poor Sebastian was terrified of Chris and Katie abusing him. That's why he was wetting the bed. Bless that poor sweet boy. He wasn't doing it at his at his dad's house. He wasn't doing it at the Texas Roadhouse, right? Only when Chris was around. How strange, you know? Because I don't know that he feared his mom. I think he feared Mr. Chris. But I think he also knew that his mother wasn't going to stick up for him. She never has. It's always been about making Chris look good, in my opinion. And so it begs the question, where was Chris? And where was the Foot Clan? Because people's whereabouts matter. People's whereabouts matter. And did he come home again, pertaining to Chris, for their anniversary weekend, the 16th through the 18th? Then he allegedly had a 4-day weekend of the weekend that Sebastian disappeared. What, when, and where was CP verified to be then? Right? We've never gotten any type of answers or clarification about any of this. Nothing. But yet we're not supposed to ask any questions. We're not supposed to talk about it. I want to know, because we're about to listen to another we statement from Chris Proudfoot. And how does he know if he wasn't there? So, just to kind of break it down, right? We have the date of the email about behavior schools contacted or researched, right? And that was back in 2023. We have the CPS calls, at least 4 of them, reports, right? Because I think they were saying the 5th report was due to Sebastian being missing. And that's why, there was that other report filed. Which would make sense, right? Because there was already open CPS reports. There may have been another one filed to flag again. So either way, we have about 4 or 5, and that's plenty, right? More than enough evidence proof of what happened to Sebastian. Because we also have Sebastian, not we, but law enforcement should, if they're doing their job at all, have the records of what Sebastian was saying was going on. And that was in his counseling sessions. And I do believe those should be left confidential. But I think that they need to be utilized in order to build a case against the Proudfeet. But here they are, oh, well, we're just going to wait till we find Sebastian for that. Well, then find him. Because you haven't found him. You've had plenty of time. So then we have January 25th, 2024 was the last visit, right? January 29th of 2024, the Superior Court was going to ask for a review of the case files, right? Of the CPS reports. A Superior Court asked to review these documents, you guys. This is huge. And then we have February 2nd through the 4th, CP leaves, right, for his new job at the St. Jude Project in Memphis, right? He gets real nervous with Memphis. February 9-ish, right? About February 9th, there was the parent-teacher conference. And I can't remember I think it might have even been like the 7th or 8th. But this is us just theorizing. I wanted to kind of show you guys what we were talking about here. So then we have February 14th was an anniversary for the feet, right? Where they're supposed to go eat fucking Italian food and kiss or whatever. Yeah. And then we got the ultimatum. So was there an ultimatum given then? Did Chris and Katie get back together for their anniversary and over a plate of spaghetti decide that they couldn't wait until May? That something needed to happen because Chris was ready to move on if Katie didn't get on board. Maybe he told her, I love you, Katie, but I can't take this anymore. And this is what we need to do. Just putting it out there, right? Was this when KP complained and cried to the nurse who had security installed? February 16th through 18th, Sebastian is with Seth. Sebastian last spoke to Seth on Thursday the 22nd. The 23rd, Sebastian went to school, right? And then 24th was Saturday at Costco. We do know that the neighbor across the street saw Sebastian get off the school bus on Friday the 23rd. He skipped up, grabbed the mail, and then he punched the code into the door and got into his home. And then Saturday, he and Katie went somewhere, according to what the neighbors' cameras told them. And when they returned, Sebastian couldn't get into the front door. So when he tried to get into the front door, he couldn't. And then he skipped back down the walkway and into the garage and went in through the man door, as Katie likes to call it, from the garage and got into the home that way. And then we do know that Sunday was their fun-filled final day, right? And I think the last month is so important, even the last 2 or 3, because I really believe that they hold the meat and potatoes as to what was going on and what happened. I really do. And I think we need to go harder on that. Linda says, good to see you, Linda D. She says, that's how domestic violence works. You can have fear of them if threatened all the time. I hope that's not the case, in my opinion. I hope not either, but I think, I really think that it goes both ways. And I'm not condoning it at all. Hello, Scranton Strangler. I'm not. I just think that Katie is someone who met her match in Chris, right? Like completely met her match. She's totally fine with his abuse of other people. It's okay to abuse Nina. It's okay to abuse Faith. I mean, how many times do you think that she witnessed Faith get popped in the mouth or popped on the butt or wherever? Or slammed up against the wall in her car seat. And Katie just said, oh, that's just fine. Oh, that's my man. Unbelievable. I don't know, but they change their appearance for every time we see them, you know? It depends on Chris, if Chris decides to be just for men Chris, or, you know, if he wants to leave it gray. Because, I mean, we've seen it all different types, and I know he dyes his hair because you could tell, you could tell he dyes his hair. And you can tell he dyes his beard. Because, like, even in this one, right, you can see all the gray. But there's been other times where he's absolutely dyed his hair. See how it's lighter in some of them, and then the one for America's Most Wanted, he was very gray. I think you got, oh no, you guys probably can't see that one. I'll leave that one up there. Here, we'll do this. Okay, there we go. So it's always different with them. Always different. Because I think they try to go, every time they go online, I think they try to conceal who they are, right? So people can't recognize them. Hey, Catherine, good to see you. Oh, a second look 360, absolutely. I could definitely see Chris being an abuser. Yeah, I mean, he's abused many people right before our eyes, and he's also talked about and bragged about abusing Sebastian. Diane says, as a special education teacher, I would say that the MTG at school was an IEP meeting. Oh, okay. Oh, the meeting at school was, sorry, that the meeting at school was an IEP meeting where his services would have been discussed. Sebastian was diagnosed with autism wasn't diagnosed with autism until age 13. Yeah, and I think you could be right, because I know Chris tried to say it was a behavioral meeting, right? But I don't think that's the case. I think that it was absolutely something that was to talk about Sebastian's services, especially because he would be transitioning and also moving in with his father. So that was going to be different with school, you know? So yeah, I don't like to be tickled either, KJ. I understand that. Um, Hello, Catherine. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Hey, Kylie's Nail Candy. Aw, thank you, Chuchi. What about the wife that he put in the hospital? Yeah, Rachel. I'm going to have to go back through my emails because I know I have a screen grab of that. She was actually at the VA hospital, and that's where you go when you're in the military. Hello, Nancy Fleming. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. They both are constantly changing their appearance. I know, Brenda, like, I think it's because they just don't want to be recognized, you know? And you do look different, right? When you've gained weight or whatnot. So I don't know if that's part of it or if it's just because they don't search or anything. They don't go do anything. You know, and I'm not here to body shame them, but geez. So the last month is very important, right? And then the weekend, the days following up to that, because I really do think that the code to the front door was changed. And I think that's why Katie got so nervous about Nancy Grace asking about it. I think that the code was changed purposely so Sebastian wouldn't have it. Yeah, Paige, I believe that too. Yeah. I think that might be the only way to get them on the word escapes me right now, but reminds me of the Gabby Petito case where they were able to have them sworn in and give statements that way. So yeah, I don't see anyone giving Sebastian back to Chris and Katie, even if they produced him when he's 18 or whatnot, you know, because I know they like to talk about that a lot, but I think that's smoke and mirrors.
Even like the description of, you know, what he was last seen, like in the black outfit, is that something that he wore to bed?
Yes. So he wore, like I said, it was the black pants with the white stripes down the side. It was a long sleeve black shirt. It was not a hoodie. It wasn't a sweatshirt. It was a long sleeve black shirt.
And y'all think that he went out the front door?
Right now, that is the best assumption available.
Y'all don't think maybe he might have put a sweater on or something? I mean,
That right there is, that would be an assumption, and we never saw him.
Yeah.
We saw what he went to bed in, and that was.
All right. So I just want to stop here and I'll rewind it. We saw what he went to bed in, and that was it. We saw it as if he saw it with his own two eyes. As if he saw it with his own two eyes. So we've played out the scenarios many, many times of Chris not being in the house or Chris not being in the area. Chris being where he said he was that weekend, right? Which was in Memphis. But what if he wasn't in Memphis at the St. Jude's Project? What if he was picked up on the way home from the Texas Roadhouse? We know there's a perfect spot that somebody could have been waiting and he could have gotten the vehicle. Is that how he got all those scratches all over his arms? Right? And nobody saw Sebastian get out of Katie's vehicle. They just saw her go into the garage. But typically, Sebastian would get out of the vehicle before Katie would go into the garage, but not that night. Why not? Because if we saw what he went to bed in, how could we see anything when Katie was supposedly the only one in the house? Said goodnight to Mama, goodnight to his puppies. Yeah, right, Katie. Please, tell us another whopper. All right, let's listen again.
That would be an assumption, and we never saw him.
Yeah.
We saw what he went to bed in, and that was it.
Oh, sorry, guys. So I was muted for a second there. So this is from Miss Bobby the neighbor, right? Mrs. Bobby. Okay. I was told by a close by neighbor that morning she saw Katie outside with police when she went to take her kids to school. She stopped and asked what happened. Katie told her she told Sebastian to go to bed around 9 p.m. She fell asleep on the couch, never mentioning the conversation between her and Chris. Woke up around 11:30 p.m. and went to check on Sebastian. Really? So she's telling the neighbor that she went to go check on Sebastian, but she's told all of us a million times. Thank you, Sarah. A million times that Sebastian went to sleep and she heard a thud at 10 p.m. and she never checked on him. I don't care what you're doing in there, go to sleep, right? Or maybe it was, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? Oh, please. Tell us another whopper, Katie. Tell us another whopper. Or tell anybody that's willing to listen to you. All right, so we have this here where Bobby the neighbor says, which she previously said she didn't do any more now that he's older. She also said that, right? She said that plenty of times. She said that plenty of times already. Right? I don't check on him. She also said that she doesn't like to check on him because he might be doing something in there that's inappropriate. Right? Because you know how boys are. You know how 15-year-old boys are. Really. Okay, Katie. Like I said, just keep on lying. All right. So he must have been awake because his light or a light was on, according to the neighbor's ring camera. According to the neighbor's ring camera, his light or a light was on. She said she told Sebastian to go to bed and he had to get up the next morning. She walks across her house to go to her room to go to bed. As she's walking through the kitchen, she hears a loud noise, right? A loud noise. She yells back at Sebastian, asking him what that was. He says, "Nothing, Mom, go to bed." She also told the news outlet Mainstream Media this exact story. And when I called them for verification, for clarification, they would not call me back. They declined to answer. Why is that? You put it out there. You can't just verify that's what you were told by Katie Proudfoot? Okay. Right? So she says, again, that she hears the noise, a loud noise, right? A loud noise. When she's going to bed, not when she was sitting on the couch, not when she was on the phone with Chris Proudfoot, right? So she yells back at Sebastian, asking him what that was. And he says, "Nothing, Mom, go to bed." So she does. Does Katie look like the type of parent that allows for her son to tell her what to do? Because according to the Texas Roadhouse footage, it was the exact opposite, in my opinion. And Sarah, we don't know if there was really a thud or not. We don't know. Hello, Spirit Seeker Squad. Good to see you. Hey, Mandy. Thanks for being here. So, what is going on? What is going on here? Right? So, according to the neighbor close to them, their ring camera shows the lights going on and off because it's so dark. This neighbor also mentions seeing a silhouette in the front room, possibly dining room window, for a couple of minutes. Then all the lights go off. Neither Chris nor Katie have ever mentioned any of that. Not one single bit of it. Not one single bit of it. But why? What are they hiding? Okay. So, was he there that weekend? Was he the silhouette in the window? Pertaining to Chris Proudfoot. Because I think we need to do a little bit more deep diving into his whereabouts. Because according to what has been said by his coworkers and by Silvers on the scene going to the scene and asking questions, Chris's story doesn't hold any water. It just doesn't. And he sure gets upset about when his truck was there and when it wasn't, and the geofencing, and the fact that maybe Elevated Goof might finally tell the truth. Very interesting. Hey, Cher, good to see you. Voices Behind the Wall is in the house. Hey, Cher. So, yeah, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. The whole story. So maybe the computer got it wrong, and maybe only like 30% of their story is truthful. I don't know. 52% is what the computer told us. 52%. All right, so this is Ashley Simmons, right? And Ashley Simmons is in the Find Sebastian Rogers group. And this is December 13th, 2024. Okay. So we have Sumner County Sheriff's Office has done a shit job. Here. You hear the Eric Craddock. Oh, excuse me. You hear that, Eric Craddock? You suck at your job. Y'all failed to get surveillance from a gas station less than a mile from his house while y'all assumed he walked off. That would have been my first day, asking for footage to see if he stumbled past or stopped in to see if it was open or to take a break from walking barefoot in 30-degree weather. Y'all have literally failed Sebastian, and not locking up a man and woman who have 5+ DCS cases is insane. Shame on y'all. Take the badge off. Y'all don't deserve to wear one. I mean, can I get a standing ovation in the chat? So, well said, Ashley. And I agree that Sebastian would never have made it without shoes on. Never have made it without shoes on. It just would never happen in cold weather, in warm weather, in hot weather. It doesn't matter. That area around there is rough. There's no sidewalks. Sebastian's allergic to grass. So why would he deliberately walk in grass when he knows he's allergic to it? Right? There's no way. There's no way. And not only that, he would have to stop and take a break at some point to get something to drink. Even if he was full from eating at the Texas Roadhouse, which was hours before that, by the way. You know? But this is what they want us to believe. Here's Craddock. He's going in the front door here. Over at the sheriff's office. He just puts his little code in, probably. I don't know how they get in over there. I didn't even look. But he puts his little code in. He probably had his breakfast. Maybe he went to go work out that morning. And, you know, he's just doing his thing. He's just doing his thing, just walking in like any other day. This is courtesy of KJ's Campfire, right? This is our group that was there, guys, and more came, right? But these are the people that were there for the 2 days, right? And thank God that people were able to come out for this. You know, it was just awesome. It needed to happen, right? Sebastian deserves this. And what we just read on Ashley's post is, I think, what was in the forefront of all of our brains, right? Because it's not that we are upset with Craddock as a person. We're upset with what he's done or what he hasn't done to bring justice to Sebastian Rogers. 2 years later, with all of this evidence, with a mountain of evidence, he still can't find it in his heart or find a way to charge these two, to get the ball rolling. There's plenty that they should be in trouble for. And another thing is that this was from Gina De Jesus. This is her foundation, Cleveland Missing, right? Cleveland Family Center for Missing Children and Adults. This is their mission statement. No family should have to beg for resources while searching for a missing loved one. No family should have to beg for resources while searching for a missing loved one. That goes to you, Brandon Carter. That goes to you, Sheriff Snuggle Struggles. Why is a father begging for resources? We always want a soft place for families to land. And I hope, guys, that Seth felt supported. because we should never have to beg. The public shouldn't have to beg. It just never should. And, you know, Gina's mom told the news outlets, guys, that her daughter was going to walk through that door. Hey, Bliss, good to see you. You know? She said, my daughter will walk through that door. And people were telling her, no, Gina's no longer with us anymore. And she said, yes, she is. She's going to walk through the door. And she did. Somewhat figuratively, right? She was there with the flyer that her mother made for her and was passing out, that Ariel Castro brought back to her and said, your mom's looking for you. Your mom's looking for you. And she kept it and gave it to her mom when she saw her mom, hugging her in the middle of the street. She was 2.5 blocks away from where she went missing from, guys. 2.5 blocks away from her mother's home. I mean, if that doesn't give hope to people, I don't know what will. You know, and she started this foundation, and the mission statement is exactly what we were fighting for. That no family should ever have to beg for resources while they're looking and searching for their missing loved one or their missing child. And thank you, Mama. Oh gosh, Mama, that's so sweet of you. Mama just gifted 5 Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives memberships. Oh, if you got a membership, please say thank you to Mama and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Oh, that's wonderful, guys. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for saying thank you to Mama. Choo choo for the green hearts. That's awesome. Thank you, thank you. So this is what it's all about, you know? This is what it's all about. Keeping the hope, keeping the faith. But we also have to hold people accountable. Right? You know what that guy did that took those girls? You know what? When he was going to be a rat in a cage, he took his own life like a coward he is. He took his own life. Bye-bye. One less monster in the world. Maybe he should have done that before he decided to take those 3 girls. So, we got... Oh, hey, Seth. I didn't even know you were here. Sorry, I must have missed you. So, again, I know I've been playing this lately with Mr. Snuggle Struggles and the mayor here. Mayor of what? You're happy with the status quo. You're happy to have a missing child in your community, and the step parents who are public enemy, public suspect number 1. You're happy to have them representing your town? I wouldn't be. You have a really nice town, Mayor. You have a very nice town. But why are you letting this jackoff run it? Is my question. And then you're standing there hugging on him. Like the 2 of you are just the best of friends. Hey, Paige. It's unacceptable. Look, he looks proud to be next to this snuggle struggle. He says he's honored to support Craddock, Sumner County Sheriff, an outstanding leader, a friend, a public servant, grateful for his continued dedication to keeping Sumner County safe and strong. Really? How so? I would like to see some proof of that. I would love to see some proof of that. Sandwich says, I believe it should be a law that the last person who was with the person is responsible, negligence or something. Same as with a drunk friend, you came with them, you got to leave with them. Yeah, exactly. There would be less missing people. I agree with that, Sam. You know, it's kind of like the frat boys that left Riley, you know? I kind of think they might have been playing a prank on him, but I don't know. You know, but I agree with that. I agree that there should be something, right? I think that they need to absolutely shut down whatever area the child went missing from, especially if it's a locked house. I mean, that's our first clue, but these are supposed to be detectives and investigators and police officers, but they don't look at it like that. It's very weird. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And then this is the mayor, Mayor Isbell for Sumner, and he's up there with the re-elect the sheriff. Re-elect the sheriff. Why? What has he done to deserve to be reelected? Besides, have a bunch of corrupt officers giving people DUIs that aren't even drinking and driving. What has he done? You know? It's despicable. It is, Mandy. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe that they're willing to make themselves look so bad on account of the Proudfoot. Because they're not making themselves look good. They're making themselves look like fools. And it's like they don't care though, right? Like they'll just make it up. Oh, he's a great leader. He's a friend. He's my friend. Well, last time I checked, if you love your friend, you're going to tell them the truth, right? You're going to tell your friend to step it up. You're making us all look bad. You know? Making us all look bad. And guys, I'm still going over that footage. And, you know, like I said, I want to open the mic. I want to open the mic because we're going to have a little bit of a discussion about the flipping the bird, right? Because I was like, I know I didn't see it, but then I had other people coming forward saying they did see it. And so I was like, okay, well, there we go. Because a lot of people everybody I talked to hadn't seen it, but then we were all in different areas, right? So also people were saying, Lady Freedom, you got it on your camera footage. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So I'm still working on going through all of it. Well, they were absolutely antagonizing us, Sam. And let me tell you this. I mean, no denying that one, Mandy. Not even a little bit. Because I was watching back the footage again from Bullhorn Betty's, that is, and the short video I made, because I was like, I want to see if, I can see it because it's pixelated. So I was going back over it. And I saw him hit the sign. So I'm just going to play this little video throughout the last 16 seconds. We're like, find Sebastian now, right? And that's a lady that kind of is not me, but I put that in there for come watch Lady Freedom. So then I have no, it wasn't a short. Okay, it was this one. All right, so here we are, and this is Betty's footage, and it's crystal clear until you try to see it. But look at there. You see how he just hit our sign? He hit one of our signs. So somebody put it, it's not mine, but somebody put a bright green sign up, and if this is your sign, you let me know what it said, because I'm curious to know what it said. Because if it said honk for Sebastian, and he wanted to take his fingers, his grubby little paws, and hit the sign that said honk for Sebastian, oh, I would absolutely say that he was trying to cause some trouble, at the very least. But he didn't. He didn't cause any type of a stir. He didn't. Right? Here's his hand. He has it straight up. There's the sign. You can see it flopping around, and then he hits it. You can see his arm was still back when he was walking forward. But that didn't upset us peacefully protesting. No, it didn't, because we didn't even notice that happened. He was trying to pull down the sign, and it was so strong. It was so strong and sturdy and steady that he wasn't able to take our sign down. He's too weak for a couple of staples, apparently. Then we have this beautiful protester here waving at him, even after he tried to deface one of our signs that we worked really hard on for Sebastian. And it was okay for him to do that? I don't think so. He should have never touched our property. And then here he is over here again, staring them down. Now he is raising his hand up and doing something here. I'm not sure what it is. It's so hard to see, especially when I zoom in on it. But then again, he starts pointing again. He cannot help himself. He is absolutely inciting people, right? And this is what the camera looks like before. So it was a very good view, but it's hard to see because when you zoom in, it gets blurry. So I'm still working on some of that footage. I mean, he's out of control, Brenda. He lost his shit. He lost control over his bodily movements by touching the sign and trying to rip it down. And that's what he was trying to do. But he was trying to do it quickly so no one saw it, just as he was walking by. So he has his hands down, his arm is down here. And then as he's walking by, he puts his hand up because he knows what he's going to do. And he tries to rip the sign down. Look at him. His hand is still here and he's across the pole. That's worse than flipping me off. I'd rather him flip me off. I'd rather him flip me the bird than to touch someone's sign who worked really hard on that. And I bet you it said honk for Sebastian, because that's exactly where people would have been riding up to all of us, and they would have saw the sign honk for Sebastian. Yeah, exactly, Seth. Exactly. Little boy syndrome. Reminds me of CP. Yeah. Teeny tiny little member. So angry because of the tiny little member. What a jerk, right, Lori? I mean, what right does he have to do that? Because we had every right to be there peacefully protesting. So what right did he think he had doing that? Oh, Paige said I took the sweetest picture of you and BHB. Did you get it? I sent it through the grapevine. Was it the one where we were hugging, but you can see our backs? Because I do have that one, and I thought it was so cute. Yeah, I think I do, Paige. Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, here comes Seth. Exactly. Well, here's the thing, Detroit, he's had to lead Sebastian's army from the beginning, and he's also had to look out for all of us, right? Because we're there to support him and we're there to get answers for Sebastian. And, I mean, enough is enough. But they were just trying to poke the bear, And then Seth was just like, I want to find my son. That's it, Yep, like a middle school child bully himself and Sheriff Snugs. Yeah, because they went in the building and then they came out. They were okay to do all of this. It was like they couldn't wait. They couldn't help themselves. He couldn't keep his hands to himself. And I remember being in kindergarten and our teacher saying, keep your hands to yourself, boys and girls, Yeah, keep your hands to yourself. But he can't. Was he in open marriage too, or is he mad because we might end his checks into his bank account? Sandy. Oh my goodness. In my opinion, he was looking for you guys to clap back and cause trouble so it can show that Sebastian's army causes trouble. But little does he know, Sebastian's army is strong and wise. Boom. In Chuchi's opinion and in my opinion. That's right. We're too strong. We had the Lord on our side. We just got through praying, right? And there's evil. There's evil to come right behind it. And that's sad. That is really sad because I was really worried that we might have a rogue protester. That was I was like, I hope everybody's, is nice, pack your manners, people, stuff like that. I was not thinking that one of the idiots from the police department was going to come out there trying to cause trouble. One moment, guys. All right, sorry guys. But yeah, so I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Because like I said, this was not on my radar. And then I was also like, okay, well let me look back at it. Let me see, Um crazy. Sam says, it is so spiritually targeted to me, like they can't help themselves but to target the innocent. Well, and I mean, it's like I could understand if we were like yelling things at him, right? Or if we were like, "Hey, you're, blah blah," or whatever. But we weren't. It was honk for Sebastian. Sebastian's life matters. We want answers. We want justice. Things like that. And it wasn't directed towards anyone besides, Brandon Carter and Snuggle Struggles. This guy is just like, coming through, but he's in his uniform and you would think he would carry himself so much differently, you know? Right. They wanted to get us mad so they could make us leave. Exactly. And I mean, we were like halfway through the day at that point. Or a little bit more than halfway through the day, you know? So, oh, good, Paige. Oh, that was so cute. Oh my gosh, I was just like, yeah, that really warmed my heart. Thank you. I mean, guys, Betty works so hard. I wouldn't be surprised if she crashed out, really hard that night because she just was given so much energy and then they had the dinner and so why was he so triggered for what? I don't know. And we weren't saying anything bad, right? And then also they were waving at him after he did that because nobody was paying attention to him doing that, that I know of. Because like this is the first time I saw it. And then Rosebud had commented and I said, yes, I just saw that. I'm glad that you saw it too, because I was gonna ask people, are you guys seeing that him touch the sign like that or try to rip it down or hit it or whatever he did. So yeah, Chuchi's spot on, right? Right, Mandy, she's spot on. Hey, I'm a cupcake. Good to see you. I just don't know why it gets blurry. Just let it run and maybe blur his finger. I hate when I feel like I'm being bamboozled. I know what you mean. I want the truth. He has no right to touch anything or anyone. Let me see if I can't pull up Bullhorn Betty's video because that's where it came from. Bull, hello, maybe I can spell today. Let's see, because I know she had it, and I might even be on that spot. Lives, and it would have been the day of, so it'd have been the main event. Main event, Honk for Sebastian. You guys can see I've been watching different spots of it. Oh, that's right, because we watched Brooke and her husband come up and speak. All right. And Sebastian's hoodies and t-shirts that Seth has, guys, you could really see those really, really well on camera. Really, really well. Okay, so here's where we do the prayer and all. Okay, hold on one second. Can you guys see this? Okay. I think it's about right here, guys. I'm waiting to see. Okay, no, it's not here. Oh, it's right before this. Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna watch this part because it's coming up. It's coming up. But yeah, you can see it's crystal clear footage until I zoom in, you know? And that's the issue. I know. See, this is what I was thinking. I'm a cupcake too. That's why I was like, no, I don't want to go after at night's footage. That's why I downloaded her video and zoomed in myself. But then I realized it's because we zoomed in is why it looks blurry. Because I'm right there with you. I am right there with you, you know? So I agree with that too, user. Good to see ya. Yeah, I was embarrassed for the sheriff's department, but the entire investigation is an embarrassment to that sheriff's department, in my opinion. I believe the same. Yeah. Oh, I know. I think he should be in trouble for sure. Especially because we see him messing with the signs and stuff. Like I said, I didn't even see that. Hey Jesse, good to see ya. Yeah, that was an official law enforcement officer. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, it was. Prayer raised the demons out. I mean, I try not to like think that way, but my lord, I mean, I really felt like horrible after that. Hello, Gina. Good to see you. All Bliss, thank you. Thank you. Okay, all right. I see both. I see myself running over here. There's Jen. Okay. Here, let's go back just a teeny bit. Just a teeny bit. I'm sorry. It's got to be right after this. See, it's just so hard to see it. And what we're going to be focused in on is right here, guys, when they start walking over. When they start walking over here. And Betty's kind of walking around. Walking and walking around. Everybody's walking around. And like I said, most of our signs are saying honk for Sebastian. 2 years is too long, I made a sign that said, please clear Seth. Oh, there it is. See it? Okay, hold on. I'm going to slow it way down, guys, so you guys can see it. And again, we're looking right over here. I'll pay attention this time. All right, so we got people walking. And the local media was there. They were WKRN, which is News Channel 4, was there. Or I mean, excuse me, WSMV4. Hello. WSMV4 was there, and they were interviewing Betty. Okay, so here we go. Now you can see him with his arm up. Right? Why did he touch that sign? How rude. Keep your hands to yourself, boys and girls. Okay, so he didn't get a rise out of any of us, but he's staring everybody down. Staring everybody down. Here's this beautiful protester waving. See, and then he's got his hands up in the air too again. Oh, sorry guys. All right, sorry guys, I got a barker. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry, I had to get him a treat so he would be quiet for a little bit. All right, so, but here we go again. And like I said, you can see him right here. And he did raise his arm up, but you know, there's people standing there. See him? And then he's pointing this way. And this is why I don't think it was a flip off at this point. But look, guys, just because he didn't do it here didn't mean that it didn't happen somewhere else, because people were saying it was when he was further down. So this is what we're seeing. And then Seth comes right through. And he's like, you guys need to find my son, right? But the way he's walking, I think everybody's like, uh-oh. Right? So I was live too. You can see me right over here. And then Jen kind of gets over by Seth too, and people are like, you know, just let him go, because they're trying to get a rise, right? They were definitely absolutely trying to get a rise. Now as they're going down the street, I believe I got that part on camera, because they are definitely walking down back to where, you know, they were parked or whatever. And a lot of people are just surprised, you know, you can see people are just like, okay, whatever, and you know, that sort of thing. Okay, and I think this is where the real Me Too sees it. And see, I didn't know if I was on there or what. Okay, so hold on a second. Let's just go back. And I'll play the whole thing so you guys can watch it with the sound on. But let me get it back to normal playback speed.
Product, step down. Resign.
Wow, hide behind me.
Sebastian deserves to come home to his dad. Snuggle struggles, do better. Where should we search? Sheriff, you just told me that we can help you by searching. Give us a grid. We are ready to search tomorrow.
West Canyon stuff, yeah. Something she should have saying, you know. Yeah. She should have saying West Canyon.
We're standing here united for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We come to you and we ask you, please stand for our time.
Yeah.
I have the right position.
Right. Yeah, you have the right. You and only you.
Like it's
I'm about to put Andrew Griffin. I'm having all my teeth pulled. Andrew Griffin, Andy. To give a drink and let that drink over there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, look, they're back. Did you find Sebastian while you went and ate lunch?
Seth Rogers, come here.
Seth, a few questions, come out.
He's going somewhere. Who is it?
Huh? They just did what? They flicked him off? This is set up for Sebastian Rogers.
Okay, so that's when, you know, somebody says, "Hey, you know, he just flipped off Seth with both hands, right?" And so that's the one time we do see that somebody knew. Um, I know they should have put it out, Gina. I don't know why they didn't. Hey, Jenny Machete. I don't know why they didn't. You know, I mean, it should be absolutely frowned upon to have the misconduct going on. Um, I don't know why it wasn't. Let me see if I can't pull my video in too, because then right about this time, I was on live too. But I do want to kind of edit my video up a little bit and see if I can't like zoom in on what the officers were doing, because it's so hard because they're walking down the road. And then when you're in motion too, like I was telling you guys, there's some pictures where I was waving, but my hand looks like it's like really big because I'm like waving back and forth. So yeah, that's kind of what we're dealing with when we zoom in and it gets pixelated. Because at first I was like, no, I'm like, I don't think he did, but then there was other people that were able to see it. So I was live on this. Let's see. Okay, it's 2 years too long. Okay, yeah. And now, guys, this was the second time that this officer came by, right? And that's why Seth was like, oh, they're back, you know? Oh, they're back. And then we're like, oh my God, they're back. And I'm like, oh, this is, you know, real shitty of them. Okay.
What's this?
Turn AI from potential into
Gosh.
performance with HPE, where
I don't know what
intent-based
it is about
automation
this
and
video.
AI-driven
It's got a
operation.
whole bunch of
If you're in law enforcement,
Okay, so the first time it happened, I want to show you guys this really quick because I know it's 19-minute mark. I was talking with KJ and we were, you know, just talking about theories and stuff. And then all of a sudden,
The thermo imaging stuff is not going to find him.
No,
Because he wouldn't be
I mean,
warned.
well, there'd be a heat signature. I talked to one of my search and rescue guys that I'm friends with. I'm going to have him on the show, but he was talking about how there might be a small heat signature even after passing away, but they would have to have done it quick.
Yeah, like
Quick
for how
after.
long?
Not very long, like 48 hours maybe.
Is it Sumner County or is it?
So, I'm not sure. Honk for Sebastian.
Hey, thank you. He's been through the ringer.
Yeah, he has. He deserves so much more, so much better. You know, we've just had all kinds of people down here, guys.
Testing.
Oh, here we go.
1, 2, 3.
All right, let me get
Go,
some.
I hope that if you're wearing a uniform and Craddock is your boss, that your child never goes missing. Because if your child goes missing in Sumner County, good luck. Good luck ever serving Craddock to find a missing child. My son is missing for 2 years.
Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you.
And yet nobody seems to get off their ass inside that building and go find my son. He deserves more than you give.
Amen. That's right. That's right. What if it was any of our kids? I mean, it doesn't even matter, right? Yeah, what?
Oh my goodness, Seth, if they would have ever, I'm glad I wasn't standing by Jen. That's all I have to say. And then when I was watching the footage back, I was getting so angry because I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, that really upset me to know that they were saying that kind of stuff to Jen. It really bothered me, especially like you said, a little, 85-pound person, with a beautiful heart. We love Jen.
What did they say that maybe we should go help?
Fucking eat donuts, too. Dick.
Woo!
What did he say?
Yeah.
You can help us.
How?
Somebody had a conversation.
I would love to know where they want us to search because we're doing a search on Saturday.
Yeah, what did he say?
Where would you like us to help? Yeah, search because we're doing a search on Saturday, so they can come on out. And, let us know where we can do it.
He said yes. I said, do you think ICDS reports limits and give him thumbs up? And
Horrible. Yeah, he said you could help. I heard. Yeah, you're welcome to help. Okay, I heard something like that too. I'm like, wait, what? Wait, what?
But they're the ones not doing anything. So
no, they're not.
I just stared them down, just like, I dare you to talk to me.
Yeah, I dare you to say something.
Cross the line. Go
And
ahead.
like I told you guys yesterday, they're parked all the way the hell clear down there. I wish I could zoom in. Thank you. They're all the way down, guys. Like.
Okay, so I do show that, but I wanted to show you guys also, there we go. Okay. So I wanted to show you guys also where that all happened again, because I believe it was at it was maybe like 15 minutes later. Or maybe, oh no, there they are. Okay. So here we go.
And Katie was.
There's the news crew.
Thank you. Kate, well, it says a lot to me that Katie was the only one in the house with.
That Katie said that.
Yeah, he never says he overheard anything, right? Cowards.
Oh, okay.
Never. He was on the phone
Here
call.
it
And he
is.
heard. That Katie said that.
Yeah, he never says he overheard anything, right? I told Katie. I heard Katie tell Sebastian go to bed. You never hear anything like that. It's
and
weird.
Another thing that I can't understand that nobody brings up. Not Chris, Katie.
Sebastian while you went to eat lunch?
Oh, look at these smart asses. Let's go look at these smart asses. So they haven't said anything. They acted stuck up, and now they're just walking down the road.
Really? Somebody can use your hat for white.
Go look for Sebastian.
Yeah.
Cowards.
My son.
You're being
My son.
disrespectful.
Cowards.
My
My son
son.
doesn't go
Not
missing.
yours.
Your son doesn't go missing. What's your badge number? What's your badge number?
Oh, I would love to know that badge number. And I was really hoping that we would be able to zoom in here. So that's what I'm trying to do. But I know it's going to be really, well, it might not be heavily pixelated. I'm kind of closer up. So I should be able to zoom in on that part.
His badge number is 006. I'm right here.
Stop.
Keep going. My son's missing.
They're pissed off because they have to walk around the block.
Give him the microphone. Seth, get the microphone.
I don't need a microphone.
Oh!
Walk of shame.
Absolutely shameful.
That was awesome.
It's best not to say a damn word, isn't it?
Hey, Cece, I see you, girl.
Just don't say anything.
Said something. And then they did it. They want to just.
2 years.
Yeah, they're trying to stir the pot. 2 years is too long. 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 You don't want the pressure? You don't want the pressure? Do something. Do something. You don't want any pressure? Do something. Unbelievable. Thank you. Unbelievable. I sure did. Yeah, I was over there talking about, we were theorizing about the case, and they came through just acting a fool. Unbelievable, right? Unbelievable.
I'm so mad that I just keep saying the same thing over and over. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know, I'm so angry that, you know, I just kept saying the same thing. You know, and again, I think it just speaks to how disrespectful and rude they were being. You know, it just shows that we were just keeping the course, right? Staying the course, and they were antagonizing the situation, right? Because they were upset, I think, that they had to park around the corner, down the block, whatever it was, but also that we were voicing our opinions without getting out of hand or doing anything out of character. And then that drew them out of their character. Or it drew their character out of them. Actually, I think that's probably a better way to put it. So, and you know, it is freedom of speech, all around, right? Like they can have their opinions as well. I'm not faulting them for that, but I mean, you just don't touch people's signs. You don't have to make lewd and obscene gestures. We were not doing that to them, so that was not warranted, in my opinion. Um, Again, I'm glad that they did. I didn't see them flipping a bird if they did, because if I would have saw that, I might have looked it back. And you know, I mean, see, that's what they were trying to do, though. So I'm glad the way that it worked out. It just leaves them with mud on their faces, you know. And I agree with that, Seth. More jerks hiding behind the badge instead of being a person who upholds the badge and the oath. That's right. I mean, they're supposed to hold themselves to a higher standard than any of us have to, even though we were trying to hold ourselves to a high standard for Sebastian, because that's who we were representing. Sebastian, you know, we were representing Sebastian's army, wanting answers. That's what's most important, you know, and they were trying to make it about themselves. You know, they were trying to make it about inciting or enticing or instigating the public, right? That was just there to represent Sebastian, you know? So, absolutely sad. And, you know, it was something that I was not even, it wasn't on my radar. It really wasn't. I figured, you know, if they're parked down the street, because we knew that the first day, um, you know, then there shouldn't be an issue, right? I mean, it's just us out there voicing our opinions. But I do want to zoom in on that. I do want to zoom in on it and just see, you know, what we can find out, you know, from all of that. But yeah, it's just sad. Well, and I mean, we were there to support Seth as well. And you're right. Jesse says, but one day the badge will not protect him. Why disrespect a missing child support system and his father? You know, I don't understand that either. I don't know why they couldn't just, you know, walk down the road and not do that. Um, and yeah, Jenny says, I don't understand that either. That's what I can't understand. Why would you be mad at Seth? Weirdos, right? It's strange. It's really strange, especially because Seth is also a law enforcement officer, and that's what's, I still can't wrap my mind around that part. It shows the culture of the sheriff's office, in my opinion, too, Brenda. Well said. How do you take autocorrect off? Oh no, Sandy's struggling with the autocorrect. Which he says, to respect others, if they first need to respect themselves. Clearly they're lacking. I mean, I agree with that. I think that shows who they are and how they represent their own selves, right? And it's not proper to act that way at all. At all. I remember she also told her that she wishes he would get arrested. Oh, yeah, Jenny, about the, yes. Well, and I'm sure it would take a load off of Katie if that happened, right? But I think she's just as liable. Chi says, Red Rover, please, FBI, take over. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that it needs to be taken out of this jurisdiction because of the misconduct, because the acts of on their own, because of their own actions. Yeah, everything they did wrong. And here's the thing, they know they did it wrong, so they don't want to hear about it. That's the problem. None of us like to hear the things that we've done wrong. None of us are perfect, but we can only fix it when we know. The first step is admitting it, right? The first step is admitting that there's a problem. Valley Gal says, in my opinion, many in Sumner require respect without earning it. Or, yeah, they do. They demand we respect them, but they don't want to give respect. They don't want to earn it. They want us to trust them, but they've never earned it. Absolutely. I wonder how that jerk treats his own family. Oh, makes you wonder, doesn't it, Detroit? Yeah, makes you wonder how he treats a citizen when he pulls him over on a traffic stop. They were probably mad since I called them cowards the previous day on the news. Well, maybe so, Seth, but I do think that they are cowards because that's what they were showing themselves to be. If he was brave, if they were brave, they would come out and do a public statement, right? But they didn't. They never have. They haven't done anything publicly since April 2nd, when they had not someone who was an investigator from the TBI come out to speak, but who was a spokesperson, and that's Susan Nyland. Guys, Susan Nyland is not an investigator. She is anything but an investigator. She is a public relations officer for TBI. She was there to hold Craddock's hand. She was there to pat his butt and push him on up to the podium. Awful, Jenny. Awful. Yeah, and Seth did a wonderful job, because there's a lot of things that he could have said, and keeping it focused on Sebastian is where it needed to be, in my opinion. Hey, Microdot. Microdot says, uphold the oath, be the law, be professional, which is not something they have been doing since the start. I mean, they just haven't been. They were taking Katie and Chris's word for it, having tea and crumpets at their house, right? At a house where Sebastian went missing from. That place gives me the heebie-jeebies. That whole entire neighborhood does. And rightfully so. That's right, Brenda. Yep, they just proved that Seth is right by doing that. You know? That's right. The truth hurts. That's right. It sure does, doesn't it? But once you know, can you do something better? I mean, it's never too late. The butt padding. Jenny, they had to get him on up there, right? Come on, little baby, right? Oh, the therapy notes have to contain a bunch of evidence, Cece, and they have it all. That's the sad part, is they know. It's not like they don't know. We don't know. We don't know. No, you do know, Craddock. You know. So quit pretending like you don't. Quit pretending like you're oblivious. Oh, I just think he walked off. Well, why would you think he would walk off without any shoes on? Don't you think he may have ran away? I think he might have just ran away without any shoes on in a hurry, especially if he always wears his shoes. That would be a huge red flag to me that something is not right when people act out of the ordinary. But we know that's not true either because there's no footage of it. Brenda says PR person to make LE look good instead of showing Sebastian's pictures and asking for the public's help. I mean, and that's what we see everywhere, don't we? I mean, in all of these cases, you know? I see you, Cece. Honey, you have a wrench. Yeah, you're commenting. We see you. We see you. So, Oh, maybe reloading. Yeah, or the what is it? The top comments or top chat or something. We all see ya. Look, I live in one of the red light towns, and Ellie here are oh, the one red light towns, yeah. Jesse says, and Ellie here are way beyond crooked, downright dirty, shady, etc. And I've dealt with Tan, LE also, so I know that they're not doing right by Sebastian. And that's the saddest part, Jesse, and that's what we want them to do. That's all we want them to do is do right by Sebastian because he deserves better than this. He deserves better than this. And then Katie sits there and says, well, he deserves better. Well, okay, then why aren't you fighting for him? That's where the major disconnect comes in. Right? Because if she's not going to be there to support it, she could at least verbally support that. But she chooses not to. Yeah, Seth, But it's sad that those couldn't be saved for a trial, and then the public can understand better through a trial. Because I think those need to stay safe and secure until then. But when is that going to happen? Because it's already been way too long. You know? Yeah, he might as well just say it is what it is, right, Valley Gal? He might as well just say it is what it is. You know? And it isn't just fine with the status quo. It's not. It's not okay because there's a missing child out there and he's been missing for 2 years. There's all this evidence to suggest that the only people that could be responsible for it are the people that were in Sebastian's home that night. And like I said, with this we all the time with Chris, it makes me wonder if he wasn't in the home. I love my shirt I got the day my husband asked me if I ran away to look for Sebastian because I didn't tell him I was going. Aw, KK, that's cute. Well, I'll tell you, I mean, we absolutely need more people to stand up. We just do. Hey, Tina girl. We need people to stand up for Sebastian. Sebastian deserves it. J. Alexander, justice for Sebastian. We would want people to help us if it was our child. We would. We would want people. Thank you, Jilly. We would want people to help. We would want people to care. We would want people to show up. And especially when we start second guessing ourselves and we're like, well, maybe the police do care and maybe they have evidence and they can't share it. But when they come out and they do something like that, try to deface someone else's property because they don't like what it says, that shows who they really are. Seth says those are some heartbreaking reports. Just another agency in Sumner County that failed Sebastian. I mean, how could they let him go back to that? I don't understand it either, Seth. I don't. And the thing that I always recognize about Sebastian is he bounces back really quickly from things. But it's hard to keep bouncing back when you're in abuse. It's absolutely hard because every time you feel like you're getting better and things are all right, then that something else just comes along from the abuser to knock you down again. It's hard to keep getting back up. And no child should ever have to deal with that, especially not from some step dude, step foot. And why 2 years later we are hearing info about Lori and Dara. So that stuff's been out for a while, Microdot. And we've talked about Lori and Dara on the show here because Dara had put up, or Dara, I'm not sure how she pronounces it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But that she had put up on Facebook and things like that, saying that they were there with Sebastian's cousin, that they were all together. So, yeah, it's so sad. And I mean, and the thing is there's some really good people that live in the area, Jess, Yeah, there you go, guys. This is how you can be a walking billboard for Sebastian. Thanks, Witchy Mama. So, guys, that's the hoodie that I was wearing at the Gathering of Voices. I got that from Seth's merch shop. And you can absolutely see Sebastian's missing flyer from a mile away. I was like so excited when I saw myself on the footage, because I was like, oh my gosh, you can really see it. Right. And then I saw other people's t-shirts and I'm like, wow, you can really see, I mean, just big and bold, Sebastian's missing flyer. So, and then there's QR codes also to follow Sebastian's story. Aw, Jilly says, I'm so sorry, Seth, for the way they're treating Sebastian and you. I stay praying for you both. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. And guys, prayers will be answered. I think it's only a matter of time. I really do. I really do think that. And I've said that before. I know a lot of you guys are like, Lady Freedom, you've said that before. But I mean, it just seems like there's a lot of momentum building and a lot of pressure building. And we know that pressure makes diamonds. We know that pressure causes people to come forward. It causes change. It causes forward movement, right? Because there's nothing else to do. There's so much pressure. Something has to happen. It's going to pop, right? We need that. You know, it's sad. It makes us mad. It breaks our hearts, right? It's not right, Mandy. It is not right. What, if anything, is going to be done about that misconduct? I think something absolutely needs to be done, Scranton. I'm surprised we haven't heard an update of some sort. And if he wasn't going to come out and talk about Sebastian because he doesn't want to talk about that, he needs to absolutely bring his ass up to the podium and talk about his employees. Because any other job, the boss would be held responsible to hand down accountability, right? That's just like if I'm a manager somewhere and my employee flips off a customer. I mean, that would be grounds to fire on the spot. Or if they were to be rude to a customer, or if they were to touch a customer's property the way that officer did, right in front of God and everybody. They don't care. Because they know they're not held accountable, because maybe Sheriff Snuggle Struggles is the one that told them to go down there and do that. Maybe he encouraged him, in my opinion, to go do something like that. Hello, Kiki. Good to see you, hon. Right, but in initial conversations, this wasn't mentioned at all. No, it never was. You're talking about Dara. No, it never was. Microdot, it never was. And Katie didn't want anybody to know that she went over there. Katie doesn't want to tell us the real story. She's leaving out major details, right? Just like she told us all that Sebastian allegedly didn't get to go bowling, so they played games instead, right? I mean, this is what she told. This is what they told Chronicles of Olivia in the interview that she did with them shortly after Sebastian, they want us to believe that he just poof vanished, right? So the conversation in a nutshell is right here. And Chris says, and they go to strike and spare. And then Chris says, because the plan was to go bowling, but they had to play video games. Right? That's what he told Chronicles of Olivia. That's a direct quote from Chris, who says he wasn't there. And they go to the strike and spare because the plan was to go bowling, but they had to play video games. Really? Because they only stayed for 10 minutes. So is your wife lying to you, Chris, or are you lying for your wife? or are both of yous lying? So, hey, Women's Warrior, good to see you, hon. So, yeah, power of prayer is a true thing. Yeah, and it drew out the evil now, didn't it? You know, I don't know what everybody else was praying for. I know what I was praying for, but maybe somebody was praying for them to show themselves. Maybe somebody was saying, I want to see the true Sumner County sheriffs, right? Very big entitled chicken shit, Valley Gal. Most definitely. The sheriff needs to put out a statement and say the officer was disciplined at least. I would love to see that, Brenda, because that would be a bit of accountability. Even if they say, hey, we didn't fire him or whatever, at least it needs to go on his record that that's the kind of person he is, that he engaged in misconduct and activities that were unbecoming of an officer, because that's exactly what he did on multiple occasions. That was the second time, guys, that he was trying to come around and instigate shit. The second time. And you know what? Maybe he was doing that more and we didn't even notice it because we were too busy trying to get people to honk for Sebastian. We were too busy theorizing. We were too busy greeting each other and giving each other hugs. Right? And meeting each other for the first time. To notice any of the evil that was trying to seep into our beautiful show of love and support for Sebastian and his father, who's missing him and who is looking for him. I think so too, Lisa. I think so too, because they didn't come from the Morkies. They did not come from the Morkies. You know? I'm so glad your kiddos are doing better, Kiki. I'm just worried about you now because I know moms get sick last. Jilly, I mean, that would be only right? I mean, it is something that he really should be fired over, but at the very least, yeah. And I mean, our beautiful friend Mandy, she's the one that brought that to us because she's so detail oriented that she was able to match that up. They don't, Faye. They've shown us time and time again how they really feel by their actions. Oh gosh, they are, Kiki. Like I was saying, come on, children, put your hands by your side. Don't touch anybody else next to you. Keep your hands to yourself. You feel like you're back in grade school scolding a child or a mother, saying, don't touch each other. Don't touch each other's things, things. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Lover Girl says to me that behavior shows a complete lack of respect for Sebastian and his case. I have less faith they will solve the case than I ever have based on the unprofessional conduct they allow. Boom, Lover Girl. Well said. Well said. And it should always be unacceptable. It doesn't matter if it's in our jurisdiction. It should always be unacceptable across the board because we're supposed to look up to and emulate, right, law enforcement and their leadership. And we can't do that here because if we did that, we would be in trouble. So how come they get a free pass? Right? Because it wouldn't be right if we did it. Not at all. Aw, Seth says Sebastian is a diamond in this world. Sebastian is a bright in the darkness. Aw, a bright sun. He's the sun coming through the clouds. And why are they allowing for this to happen to him? Because they are absolutely allowing it. They're condoning it. They're co-signing on it. Right? Even though Mr. Proudfoot was in the process of suing another law enforcement agency with Texana. Right? But let's protect him. Spirit Seeker says, one thing that has always bothered me is LE has security footage from the front and the back of the Proudfoot's house. They have any they have any movement on the front porch, back door, backyard, garage doors. So where is Sebastian? Right? I mean, they have what they need, and they have enough evidence or the lack thereof to build a solid case, in my opinion. Because I don't think that, well, I'll put it this way. I don't think that they have evidence from the first week because they weren't treating the home like a crime scene. Maybe about day 5 or 6, but they had the footage. So they know what was going on in the neighborhood at the very least, and not seeing Sebastian on camera says that he didn't leave the house with anybody, that he was most likely carried out. You know? He touched so many hearts, Brenda. So many hearts. And people aren't going to forget. So they're in quite the predicament, aren't they? And they've almost made it worse by their actions. Martin Van Buren, too, good to see you, says Spirit. The only way to explain that, in my opinion, is she took him out in her SUV that morning when she was driving around, quote unquote, looking with her windows up. Right? And I have that. Again, I'll show it because I think people need to see this. Not one window even cracked open. So how is she looking? Right? How is she looking? And it really had to have been then, right, that this happened. Or in the middle of the night, you know? And there's a good reason Chris won't allow Katie to speak anymore, right? No, not without him breathing down her neck and coughing in the background. You know? Spirit Seeker says, Marvin, I agree. I agree. I truly believe KP would break if alone with the FBI. I think so too, Kiki. I do. I think even if she had a lawyer sitting next to her, she would break. I do. Because her ass would be scared to death. Because Katie's never been in prison that I know of. So it's kind of a scary thing if you think that you're actually going to be going there. You know? Remember L.E.? Yeah, Jilly. Oh gosh, yes. Very unbecoming. Not someone I'd look up to. Microdot says, remember L.E. with Michael Vaughn, who said something like, you can't take one of our cherished community members. Sebastian deserves L.E. that thinks this way. Right? Guys, his classmates were so devastated, let me tell you. Devastated at Pig Fest. There was nothing funny about it to them. And these are kids we're talking about. Kids that don't have the maturity that we all do. Well, they must. They have more maturity than law enforcement, I can tell you that much, because they didn't think any of it was cute or funny or anything. As a matter of fact, you could feel the energy from them. The sorrow, the sadness that they felt for Seth. That they felt for themselves because they missed seeing Sebastian at school. Women's Warrior, thank you so much for becoming a new member. I won't believe it anyways, and still, it still doesn't find Sebastian. That's true, Seth, and I mean that's the goal. Like none of it really even matters, But we're stuck here speculating, because he's not here, and we don't have any solid timeline. I mean, I think we have a lot of proof with what Katie and Chris have said. But then again, I don't even know that the police have ever listened to any of it. And why wouldn't they? Kiki says, look, though, lady, at the officer that is being sued, and they made him officer of the year or something like that, allegedly. I remember that, Kiki, and thank you for reiterating that as well, because you're absolutely right. This is the shit that they condone. They allow for it. They applaud it. They award it. And that's messed up. And thank you, Detroit Women's Warrior. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. I don't believe he got disciplined. They cover their butts. I think so too, Laura. And that's sad. That's sad when we have a missing child. Who's covering for Sebastian? Who's got Sebastian's back besides Sebastian's army? Yes, Brenda, I do believe people made a formal complaint. And like I said, if I have any footage or I find any footage of it, I am definitely sending it in. I wish I would have saw it. You know what I mean? I wish I would have caught it. I saw a lot of thumbs up, and that to me, knowing Sebastian's case was just as low. Just as low. Him putting his thumb up. Shameful. Shameful, shameful, shameful. And it's so disgusting and disturbing, and it's something that I never thought would happen. I never thought, that it was going to be one of them. We'll just say that. So, I don't know that they ever processed her vehicle, Jenny. I know they took electronics. That was one thing that seemed to be confirmed. Um, by both sets of parents, and that's kind of what I have to go off of a lot of times. Okay, well, if Seth said it and then Chris and Katie said it, okay, well, then that corroborates that. But again, law enforcement has never come out and given us any type of reason to believe that they did any type of investigation that you would expect. KK, I think he just, made it seem that way. I don't know that he ever said that. But he was like, this is a case that's going to be studied, you know? Yeah, Jenny, and I think it's because of all of the ties to law enforcement, you know? Oh, Ice Bama, okay, says CTB is going to file a civil suit against Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Um, you know, I think that whoever was there that saw it should definitely come forward. Um, I would love to have the proof though, because that's always what's going to get us farthest is with having that proof, having that on camera. I know it was so far away, Jay Alexander. I know. And then when I tried to zoom in on it, it did pixelate and make it blurry, and he was just waving his arms everywhere and all of that. So yeah, sorry guys, I'm a little bit behind in chat. So, oh guys, thank you so much for hitting that like button. You guys are amazing. Hey Liberty, good to see you. You guys are awesome. My goodness. That's where that came from, was dog. Well, see, it should have been Betty's footage. Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. Now I have I have it highlighted. Hello. Okay, dog said CP told him he will never find him. Ugh. Craddock, hey, thanks for violating your oath and her civil rights. Here's your award, Blue Bacon of the Year. Oh shit. A gilded piece of blue bacon for you. Oh my lord. Well, they act so greasy. Bacon would fit with the pigs too. Um, I hear the real Me Too turn and tell Betty that the officer. Yes, we just watched it today, Scranton, because I took that part out, but I didn't mean to. I was just like cutting it off because I wanted to zoom in and see. Um, yeah, I'm just interested to know, and I know a lot of people were there, so I think I will do an open mic tomorrow, when we do, because we're gonna do a 10 o'clock live with KJ. So, and I'm trying to see who else wants to join in, who is there, who were eyewitnesses to things, um, because it's important. Spirit Seeker Squad says, I didn't see him flip anyone off. I saw him hit the sign, throw his thumbs up, put his arms out, and point at the group. Right? But why was, and the thing is that I think when he hit the sign, it pissed him off. Right? That like we ignored it, or it wasn't even that we ignored it. We probably didn't even see it because I was too busy talking to another lovely lady. We were on the live and we were just kind of theorizing back and forth. And when he came over and hit the sign, nobody like did anything because they probably didn't see it. Because I mean, I just noticed it. What was it? Not yesterday or the day before. It was either yesterday or the day before, where I was looking through the footage again, and I'm like, oh shit, he hit that sign. Like he just straight up hit the sign. And I'm like, why would he do something like that? Like again, I'm appalled. I can't even believe what I'm seeing here. And it took me a little bit like to process through it. Like, really? The police officer did that? You know what I'm saying? Like it's like something that you're just not expecting. Um oh, thank you, Brenda. I'll have to look in my email. Did you send it in the Discord or in my email? I'll have to look. So but he was across the street when he flipped Seth off. So he was down further. People were saying he was down further. And see, that's why I have to zoom in, you know. Yeah, and I appreciate all you guys coming in for that. I mean, it was so important for everybody to be there, you know. The real Me Too saw it. She did. Otherwise, because I don't think she would have said that, right? I mean, you know, I really like the real Me Too. I finally got a chance to meet her and she said, "Okay, great, Brenda, I'll look." Yeah, because I'm gonna be putting footage together tonight too. Um, so yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like I said, and I was saying that too, just because I didn't particularly see it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It just means I didn't see it. But I was also live, so I'm looking through my phone to make sure I'm filming, what you guys are seeing what you guys are seeing, and then I'm also like looking around myself. Um, so hey Nancy Fleming, listen, I saw it playing. He straight up here's Nancy. Nancy says he straight up flipped someone off. Right. And it could have just been all of us. They weren't happy with any of us. I think Betty showed not sure, but it was plain as day. Okay, so I have to go through Betty's stuff. Well, and I wanted to do Betty's stuff, right? I wanted to do some of KJ and I were talking too, and I was like, if I could grab some footage, because she got Sheriff Snuggle Struggles going in the door, and I'm like, hey now, hey now, hey now. So yeah, I think that it's important to look over all the footage because look, we were all in different spots, right? And I was trying not to be like next to where Betty was doing her interview because again, WKRN was there. I don't know why I want to keep calling them that. WSMV4. WSMV4 was there, right? They were right there. Now, why didn't they run that story every hour on the hour? Right? Because now that they got that part on video, there's no denying it. There's no denying it. And how dare they just let it go? How dare they just let it go? So it looks like we have a $550,000 reward. But we also have witnesses to police misconduct, right? Because I don't think that the reward is going to draw anybody out, right? I don't. Because I think the two that know are sitting right up on here on the screen here. You know? So, and thank you at night for being here and putting in the reward details. Aw, Mandy, I know, I know. I'm right there with you, girl. Seth, I wish I could make Sebastian reappear as quick as he vanished. My heart hurts for you so bad. I mean, that anybody that doesn't feel for Seth, I don't understand that. You know? I mean, I will never understand that because he's the one that's looking for his son. And against all odds, you know? Women's Warrior thinks that the reward isn't working because it's a family affair. You know? That's a hefty reward. It's a hefty reward that is being put out. And not only that, $50,000 of it is from the Federal Bureau of Investigations, guys. And right here in the link for Sebastian's missing flyer says kidnap. I mean, this is what our federal partners think about Sebastian Rogers' case. They don't put out $50,000 in reward money for someone who ran away. They just don't. They just don't. Why didn't the news run the warrant a year later? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. And that's the thing, Gina. They had to have had something because the probable cause affidavit would have had to be submitted to the judge and the judge would have had to sign off on the warrant. So what was in the probable cause? And then Chris says, "Oh, well, that's sealed." Why do they get so many special concessions? You know? I don't understand that one bit. They're not special. As a matter of fact, they're wretched. They've got to be the most scandalous people I have ever witnessed in my life. Chris and Katie Proudfoot, Shady Katie Proudfoot. Scandalous. I hope we can do a large-scale search for Sebastian. Faye, I think that's what we need. We need more pressure. We need more pressure. We can't just apply pressure and then take it off and allow for people to breathe. We have to keep the pressure on. We need to keep the pressure on. Oh my gosh, I know. Spirit Seeker, I mean, there's times where I just think to myself, where could he be? Even if I take out of the equation how he got out of the house. What's the next step? And that's why it's important to look at means, motive, and opportunity. Because that might be, and that might hold the key to what they did with Sebastian next. We just don't know. But the way that Chris and Katie operate, they can't be that smart to dupe all of us. I mean, law enforcement who doesn't give a shit, yeah, maybe so. But all of us who care and all of us who are constantly thinking about this, it does drive you crazy. Mandy, it does. It's enough to drive anybody mad. And even his father, who knows all the details, is racking his brain. What would have happened to him? Where did they put him? What did they do with him? Right? Amber alerts are not put out for runaways either, Brenda. Ding, ding, ding. That was done day 2, right? That was done on day 2. So immediately they knew. Immediately law enforcement knew that they were not dealing with a runaway because they wouldn't have been able to put an Amber alert out for Sebastian because he just simply didn't fit the criteria. We've seen how many cases of kids and people that didn't fit the criteria that didn't get an Amber alert. That's the reason why we are signing Haley's Law. Right? So please go over and sign Haley's Law because it's involving issuing a pink alert for those who don't qualify for the Amber or the Silver alert. and also for pred education in schools in Indiana, but I think that needs to be in all 50 states. You know? That's a good question. Scranton Strangler says, Dog, what are you all going to do about the officer's actions? That's a good question. I'm wondering that too. Ice Bama says, LE also knows what happened in covering friends, backing friends, makes sense for hostility towards Seth. Right. That's the only thing that does make sense, doesn't it, Ice Bama? I mean, why else would they act that way? Why wouldn't they come out and offer him a bottle of water? Like I was saying that when Seth was out there with when it was just a few other people, right? Astrology for Mystics with Jen was out there, but also some of Sebastian's army locally showed up just to hold a sign up and support Seth. But why couldn't law enforcement like extend an olive branch? I think that was the most disappointing thing to me. And it really broke my heart. And call me naive or say I'm too nice or I'm too sensitive. Those are things that have been said to me, you know, the majority of my life, especially the too sensitive one, right? But I do expect more. And I don't want to lower my expectations of law enforcement because I don't think that that's proper either. But I really don't know what to do here because I'm so disappointed. So disappointed. Like, I hate having to sit up here and bang the drum. Let's get on to law enforcement. Let's hate the law enforcement. No, I don't want to do that. But I'm being left with no choice, right? And some people be like, oh, yeah, you know, you're one of those people that hates law enforcement. I don't. I don't hate law enforcement. But when I see this, I have to stand up for it because I might be wrong, but I really believe that other law enforcement officers see this and they're like appalled and mortified and just as embarrassed secondhand as I am. You know, it just shows. It showed me why I needed to be there. It showed me why my daughter's looking at my location saying, what the hell are you doing in Nashville? Right? She's expecting me to be in Florida. Right? But here I am in Tennessee. So, you know, I sent her, you know, why I was there. So, and she's so busy, you know, I would love to hear her thoughts on Sebastian's case, because that's part of what she's went to school for. But it's just like, again, do I really want to instill in my child that law enforcement is corrupt and awful and evil? And okay with this, co-signing the behavior, uh, being a part of the problem and not the solution? Like, I have no desire to do that. I hate doing it up here. Because again, I might not hold a badge, but I have a platform where I speak to people and there's 100 people in here. And thank you guys for being here. But it's like, I would rather talk about how law enforcement did a stellar job and these predators are off the streets thanks to the boys in blue. I would love to do that. This makes me feel not only awkward, uncomfortable, and it makes me wonder about the morality of police officers, if there is any to muster. And it shouldn't be that way. It really shouldn't be that way. You know? And that's why I wanted to keep my integrity until I saw something on camera to be like, okay, yep, that happened. Right? But again, it shouldn't have to be that way. But if you're going to hit a sign that somebody put up that said either honk for Sebastian, justice for Sebastian, because these are the signs that I saw around. I didn't see anything mean or hateful. So if you're about to hit a sign that somebody worked hard on making for Sebastian, and then you're willing to point at the protesters and I see them waving at you and showing you respect that you so clearly don't deserve, And then I see you pointing at them, and then I hear somebody say, oh my gosh, he just flipped somebody off with both hands. The father of a missing child who is having to beg for resources. He should never have to beg for resources. Never, ever, ever. Yeah, exactly. Gina, if I was a mom, I wouldn't care. I would still promote the $550,000, Katie. Boom. And maybe that's part of the reason. You know, maybe that's why nobody has looked for Sebastian. Katie wants to give the TBI flyer that doesn't have the $50,000 reward from the FBI. That's the one she wants to pass out. Hell, that's the one that Sheriff Snuggle Struggles wants to pass out. I mean, I can't even make it up. It sounds like something out of a book for, you know, that somebody has a bias against police officers, but this is the truth here. You know, maybe that's why people don't know about the reward money. Because as soon as At Night said that they were putting I think the first bit was like $200,000 or something like that. She was on panel to panel and having all of the hate channels talk about how that's not even a reward. And I'm here to tell you, anybody that I've talked to that would be eligible for any type of a reward, Dog the Bounty Hunter, At Night, FBI, TBI, whoever, local, private donors, every single person has said, I would never accept that. I would never expect it. And if they tried to give it to me, I would put it towards the next missing kid. And that's everyone I've ever talked to. And if that's not where their heart is, then they don't deserve anything, in my opinion. And don't be in true crime, because if you're just trying to get your hands on, you know, a reward for a child, that's not the reason to be doing it. It's in order to find more kids. So you got one, you found one. Now there's however many more out there. I mean, it's astronomical amounts of kids out there, guys. And that's why I've been pushing so hard for Haley's Law ever since I knew that this was something that her family is working on, because kids do get abducted all the time, every day, and trafficked. Children get sold by their own parents into trafficking. Their own parents. To the highest or the lowest bidder. They don't care. Look at Summer Wells, in my opinion. So it's just rotten. I think they know exactly what happened to him, Lisa. And I'm sorry, I'm probably really behind in chat. I mean, I don't even believe in trying to get the truth out of these people besides taking them in for questioning. I think Katie, as Kiki was saying earlier, I think Katie would have cracked right away. But they didn't do it like that. So they've missed an opportunity, because now she's got a lawyer, right? So shady. That's why I call her Shady Katie. Lover Girl says it's so bizarre. She won't promote the full reward, even if she believed it was illegitimate. Who cares? That's what I'm saying. And most people that would find Sebastian or see him on the street wouldn't even expect that reward, right? They wouldn't. They would just be happy that they found the missing child that was being looked for. They would be happy to be of service. That's it. Now, I know there was a lot of crap with AWP in the Kylie Rodney case, because they wanted that money, and then we find out that, you know, whatever, AWP is crap, whatever. But in my opinion, if they tried to give me that reward, I'd give it right back to whoever found Sebastian, right? Or maybe give it to Sebastian for college or something. I don't know, but it wouldn't be in my name. I wouldn't want it. For what? Find the next missing kid. because that's what I would be doing. As soon as Sebastian's found, we're gonna, I mean, and we do talk about other cases, but I mean, I just can't, I can't, and I will not give up on Sebastian. And especially right now, because the pressure is on. I don't think that people realize how much pressure is on and how we need to keep applying it just the way that we're doing it. Not by hating, not by doing anything too rational or, off the wall. Just a little bit more pressure. Because sooner or later, the balloon's going to pop. And that's what needs to happen, in my opinion. You know? Does she want to make sure the kidnappers get the full amount? Well, and that's, that's another thing, Lover Girl. She was saying in her interview, just this last one, right? That's right, Mandy. That's right. She was just saying in this last one that she did with Holly Thompson, and I don't think there were any other ones that they did. They did take it down. But I think a lot of it has to do with Katie wanting us to believe that there's some kind of thief in the night that came in, stole Sebastian. And oh, I don't know where he is. Bull crap, you don't know where he is. There's no proof whatsoever, not even a smidgen of proof, that Sebastian walked out of the neighborhood or that someone came and stole him in the night from your house, Katie. Not one. And then we have the lights, which are a trash truck, or 2 lights or 4 lights on the hill. There are cars driving by on the hill. Which hill? Because that's what the FBI statement said. So where's this hill that they were driving? And how can you see it exactly from the backyard? And how is it dancing across the backyard? I want to know. Why can't they show it to us? Because that leads me to believe that that's one of the ways that Sebastian could have gotten out. But then what? Did they go the strategic route that Stepfoot tells us about that had all the broken license plate readers on it? Did they haul ass down whatever highway he said? Because he seems to know a lot about everything, and he wants us to believe that he wasn't there. No, not me. I don't know about everybody else, but there's no way I'm ever going to buy that bullshit. Women's Warrior says, I wasn't calling you a sweetheart. I was telling Lady Freedom, loving, kind, and caring is always strength, never weakness. Oh, thank you, Women's Warrior. Yeah, I mean, I think it's my superpower, but some people are like, you're so sensitive, and I'm like, yeah, I know, but I'd rather be like that than a hateful asshole. Um, I'd love to be able to give a rundown on my theory and what happened in the Seth, blah, 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 sorry, SW. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Shanann Watts, maybe? Since June of 21, I've thought this and pieced even more together as the time went on, more to piece. I think you are talking about Shanann Watts. So yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about that case. I would like to do maybe a deep dive into that case because there's a lot of information that has come out, and since he only well, he pled guilty, so there was no trial. I definitely think NK was in on it. Valley Gale says, and if that did happen, the community deserves to know they are in danger. Yeah, so Valley Gale, that was a large topic of conversation while I was in Tennessee this last time. Where parents were talking about that, and then also Mr. and Mrs. E were talking about that as well. Wondering, should we let the kids go outside and play by themselves? Do we have to watch closer, right? Because there's someone that's preying on children in the area. I mean, obviously, that would be a main concern 2 years later, like, especially if there's more kids that have gone missing. But again, Betty had pointed out the only child that was missing in Sumner County that wasn't found has been Sebastian. surrounding counties. I remember there were a few children who went missing and they were found, right? One of the little girls, I say little girl because I'm an older lady, but she was found. Her boyfriend took her life, but I know they just found another little girl. Um, and that was because they brought the US Marshals in. So again, that's when at night and everybody was calling for the US Marshals to be brought in. When Dog the Bounty Hunter went on court TV, he was calling for the marshals to come in. There's a reason. And then they worked in conjunction with the TBI and Nashville Metro Police Department, right? Everybody can get their fucking props after. Sorry, guys, it's 6:33. We're getting into night court time. But everybody can get their props, right? If that's what you guys are looking for and reward money, you guys can get your props. But I mean, at the end of the day, the key is finding a missing child that was missing for 2 years, and her parents were beside themselves, I'm sure. I'm not as familiar with the case. Um, but I was planning on talking about her case as well as the Cleveland 3 a little bit for our live stream because again, I don't want to totally focus on all of this nasty shit with these officers. And believe me, it was nasty, right? And we keep finding more and more stuff. But I also want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence on stuff here. And I do want to make sure that we have people that if they want to voice their opinions for what happened during that situation, that they can voice their opinions, right? And what they saw and what they got on camera. I want to know. You guys know me. I like to dig for the truth. So, hey, Groot Daily. Nice to see you. Groot Daily says, as an autistic adult, this haunts me. Autistic people are 2 times more likely to be neglected or abused by caregivers just for being autistic. I hope he gets to go back to Seth alive and unharmed. Well, thank you, Groot. And that really does break my heart. And I think that is true. Right? I mean, where I worked, I worked with people with special needs, and where I worked, I had good parents around me, like, because I've always known the good parents and the good side of things because, good parents put their children in summer camps. They involve them in activities. And so when I was, a caregiver for that and, like a camp counselor and things like that, I saw the good parents. I never saw the parents like Katie. So it appalled me when I saw her like that. And then when I learned that Sebastian was diagnosed when, he was about 13 and he's 15 when he went missing, just turned 15, and she's over there talking about autism, 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 right? It bothered me too because that means that she wasn't fully understanding what her son was going through with the rare chromosome deletion and then the new diagnosis of autism. She was being asked questions like, does Sebastian use any type of communication device? And she had no idea what that was. So she clearly never did any of her research on autism spectrum disorder at all. So I appreciate you giving us your insight too, Groot. And I agree. Sebastian was mistreated. His feelings didn't matter in that household. And I think they were abusing him in order to correct his autism. And we know that that's never going to help anything. So, yeah, really well said. Thank you. The dent in the garage door could be more where the bang or the thud came from. Well, and it's so funny because she started out with noise, 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 right? And then she turned it to a thud. Then she turned it to a bang. To law enforcement. So she must have told law enforcement it was a bang, because I'm guessing that's why they put it in the news thing that they released I guess it was a little over a year. Oh gosh. Okay, I just got something that came in. Let me show you guys this. Let me send it over to my email. Thank you, Chuchi. And Seth also dropped the link here. I can see. Let me get this together because I want to show you guys this. I mean, it's just unbelievable what they've been allowing to happen with little children, and the way that they're treating these children with disabilities is beyond me. It's really, really beyond me. Give me 1 second. Oh, here I am. Okay. So this is called Tennessee bill would allow foster kids to be locked up in juvenile detention without criminal charges. How on earth is that okay, besides that it would affect their bottom line, right? What I'm talking about is money. So they would save money maybe by doing this, is the only reason that I could think of that they may do this. Unbelievable. Let me show you guys this. I just have to send it to me, and there we go. I mean, and then this is just the tip of the iceberg, because we have been seeing this go on in Tennessee. And a lot of these stories had been coming out just recently, like as of late. Like this one was just from March. Sorry, you guys, about that noise. March 5th, 2026. All right, so let me get this off of here. Okay. Let me close these windows.
To a year's long back at the state level. Foster kids in jail-like facilities. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rory Johnston.
And I'm Amanda Robertson for Carrie this evening. Right now, only kids charged with a crime can be held in a juvenile detention center. But a bill supported by the Department of Children's Services would reclassify some foster kids so they could be locked up.
Our reporter Ben Paul has exposed systemic problems within DCS for years now and is digging into these latest details. Ben?
Well, Rory, DCS says this is about safety for kids and for workers. But others claim it's a way for DCS to end the embarrassment of foster kids sleeping in offices by moving some of them to jails.
This is my reading for my humanities class.
Ella Badami is a foster care success story. She went from state custody to college.
Week is midterms, so a lot of studying I have to do.
She sounds like any other freshman until she says this.
And also next week, I have I have a meeting with the governor about the bill. So
This time last year, Ella was testifying in the legislature about a bill she wrote.
My name is Ella Brennan. I'm 19.
The Foster Care Bill of Rights. That bill passed, but now she's worried about a new bill she calls dangerous for foster kids.
It functionally criminalizes being a child just because these kids are in foster care.
The bill would allow DCS to put some foster kids into juvenile detention facilities, even if they have not been charged with a crime in juvenile court.
Okay, so these children have never been charged with a crime. They're not bad kids, yet they're going to be locked up in a jail cell for no reason whatsoever. And then we wonder why our youth turns out to be having so many issues with substances, with behavior, with just, I mean, what do we expect? What do we expect? when this is what the children are having to go through. And thank God for this young lady. I mean, talk about a warrior. Again, she went through something so devastating, and she's wanting to help someone else. She doesn't want to see that happen to other kids. Ugh.
I don't know of a single other state that is handling this issue this way. So it's a pretty shocking proposal.
Vanderbilt law professor Kara Subal says the bill creates a new category of kids called children in need of heightened supervision. A court could send that child to a juvenile jail.
It's basically a shadow juvenile justice system without the clarity, without the specificity, and without any protections for young people.
2 years ago, DCS quietly changed its policy, allowing for abused and neglected to be handcuffed. News Channel 5 investigates reported on a 12-year-old believed to have autism in a transitional home because his family could not care for him.
Wow. So here is one example of this poor young man being restrained, because they can be, right, with mechanical restraints, which would only be handcuffs. The only ones I can think of, I don't know what kind of weirdos people want to restrain people with, but that's disgusting. But mechanical ones do sound like it would be, and it appears to be handcuffs. So this young man is autistic. You can tell he lives in a dirty environment because his poor little socks are full of dirt. And he's being held down by his head. Does any of this look okay? You know? If the yeah. Mandy says if the juvenile detention has a separate section made for these kids who aren't in trouble and have a proper therapy and supervision, it could be helpful. You know, I can see that. But I mean, restraining these children is not going to help anything, I don't think. You know, I don't think that. And I don't think that kids that aren't problematic, I mean, maybe if they had a different type of facility, but I just don't know if locking someone in a bedroom, and it's so clinical and cold. I don't know. I think we need to do so much better, you know? And I think because they're talking about children who are on the spectrum, it's like punishing them for being on the spectrum, you know? Yeah, the restraining is just like too much, right? And then the way they're doing this, I mean, I just where's the care and compassion, you know?
Who was double cuffed after refusing to go to bed.
We have an issue where we are receiving children into custody that are dependent and neglected.
DCS defended the proposed bill the same way it defended the handcuffing policy change, saying some foster kids act out violently, putting staff and other kids in danger.
The court has ruled them dependent and neglected, but their behaviors don't match what you would think of as a abused or neglected or an abandoned child.
Commissioner Margie Quinn said violent kids need to be held accountable and sent to juvenile jails.
Wow. So they're saying because they have autism, or because the autism and some of the characteristics or some of the behaviors are being displayed, that even though they've never been in trouble criminally, that's being used against them. I think it's unconstitutional. I think it's inhumane. And I just, again, working with people of all different types of disabilities. It wasn't just people on the spectrum. It wasn't just people with Down syndrome. It was many different types of people. But we've never had to do something like that, ever. You know, as a matter of fact, one of the girls would just sit down and she was, you know, too heavy for any of us to pick her up. And so she would sit and laugh at us. You know, she thought it was hilarious, and so did we, but we were trying not to laugh in front of her. Right. But I mean, it's like, none of them were violent. I do understand that some children on the spectrum and some people in general, become violent, right? I just wish that people would understand that we're all people, right? I mean, we all get upset. You know, there's no reason for that. And that child, what, he didn't want to go to bed? I can't even count how many times my daughter would be so hard to get to bed. I'd be like, time for bed, time for bed. She'd come out, I want some water, I want to give you a hug, you know, stuff like that. It's like, no, go to bed, right? You don't have to ask if you can use the bathroom. Just go to the bathroom and then go to bed. You know, I mean, but it was just like she was just trying to get up and not go to bed like she's supposed to, you know, and she wasn't on the spectrum. She nothing like that. It was just she's just a kid. Kids are kids. They're gonna say, I don't want to go to bed. I don't want to brush my teeth. I don't want to do, you know, I don't want to wear that to school. You'll have something set out. I don't want to wear that, you know, it's like, oh my gosh, it's always something, right? Or they'll bring you something in the morning and you were supposed to have done something over the weekend and now it's a crunch for time. I mean, that's what they're kids, they're learning. And then they want to stick them in jail for nothing? Unbelievable. Seth says Sebastian was only mouthy when we were playing games, and then his trash talking was on par. Right? Well, and that's a different, you know, scenario. It is. It's like, but that's all in good fun, you know, and kids should be able to do that. Like you have to give them a little bit of leeway to, you know, voice their opinions too. 'Cause I get that there's some people out there that still think children should be seen and not heard, but, you know, I'm not one of those people. I think kids should be able to be open and honest with adults because if they're not, you know, this is why we have a lot of kids that will get lured offline because 'cause they'll have somebody that finally listens to them, finally understands them, da 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 da, you know, fill in the blank. So, no, I think well, you're right, little Miss Sharon, and maybe make a separate facility, but that would cost money instead of saving them money. You know, I think that's what makes me so upset about this too. Um, little Miss Sharon says we need better trained adults to work in places like this. Yeah, and I mean, you have to bring your patience with you, you know, and your sense of humor and you know, your care and compassion. You can't just. I mean, it's not like any other job. You know, you're dealing with people that need you more than you know, you need them. You need to teach them. You know, you need to help them, and you have too many people that just I don't know, and it's higher ups, obviously. This is the trouble with this. This is what Tennessee, you know, bills, you know, DCS is supporting this bill, but then they're also standing with their hand out and asking for more money, like we were showing the other day. Oh, give us more money so we can stick the kids in jail who have special needs, right? Who need extra attention and care. It's absolutely insane to me, you know? And or, you know, rebuild a facility that you already have and make it comfortable for them. You know, children on the spectrum have specific needs. And of course they're going to have a meltdown when those needs are not met. They need better education on understanding people on the spectrum and understanding that they're all individuals and maybe that house isn't going to be good for all of them because they all need different things. I mean, one thing that children on the spectrum enjoy, a lot of them, is video games. So if they have like a gaming room, that would be cool. Or, you know, but if you're going to stand with your hand out for money, then you better be ready to build them a whole new facility. All right, guys, let's just play this little bit more.
That lack of accountability.
But I need them to understand that under this bill, I also would have been classified as a bad kid. just because of my reaction to traumatic events.
Ella remembers being terrified when she left her home and went into state custody.
To be in foster care is really to just not know if the next week you'll be across state lines in a facility, in an office.
She said it's only natural for traumatized kids to get upset, especially when some are sleeping in state offices. She said she could only shower twice a week after going into foster care because at first there was no foster family for her.
These things, yeah, they're going to act out. Does that make them dangerous children? No. Because to be honest, pretty much any adult would do the same thing.
Ella worries DCS is tired of repeated reports about kids staying in offices or poorly run transition homes. So they've decided to move some into juvenile detention beds.
The current DCS administration is questioned about their practices of keeping children in unsafe DCS offices, and they dodge accountability by blaming the child.
Her college campus seems far from her past life, but Ella says she's still focused on kids still in the foster care system.
I'm lucky enough to make it out, but I'm not leaving them behind.
DCS said it does not comment on pending bills. This bill is due for a hearing next week. If it is changed in any way, we will let you know.
Okay, guys, and the thing is too is I don't understand. Maybe I'm missing something, but like that young girl was very well spoken. She had really great points. Why is nobody listening to these kids? And then also, like, who wouldn't adopt that young lady and just, love her and help her be a success in life? I mean, she's already done that for herself, but I'm just saying, wouldn't she be a joy to have? And like she said, I would have been looked at like a bad kid. Well, so would I. I mean, but the thing is it's so sad because these kids are good kids. Let's just put them, in jail. Thank you for sharing that, Seth. That's wild to me. And like Faye says, what's going on in Tennessee? I don't get it, Yeah, and all the kids talk trash, I mean, and it's fun. It's fun to joke back and forth. It's fun to banter. It's, I mean, it's not they're not being hateful or anything. I mean, you got to teach kids to let things roll off, right? You got to teach them to be a good sport. So I know. Little Miss Sharon very well said. Wow, how brave and awesome this is for this young lady to be speaking her truth. Yeah, and you can tell she's super passionate about it, So I know, Jess. I know, right? I mean, she's just an amazing, amazing little girl. And she's going to help a lot of people. I mean, you have to be brave, especially when it comes to these injustices, because this is affecting their bottom line. This is why they're doing it. They want more money and then they want to save money. It's not let's get more money so we can spend it on the kids. And let me tell you, this is how the budgeting works. You get a certain amount, and whatever you got last year, that's what you're going to use for this year. And if you didn't use all of it last year, then they're going to give you what you used last year, because they're going to assume that you didn't use what you needed, or you got what you needed with that budget, right? So they're spending that money. Make no mistake about it. They are spending that money, honey. And that's what it comes down to, doesn't it? That's very unfortunate. Thank you, Janie. Yeah, put the parents in jail. They're the ones that they're the ones that need the resources as well, though. Because again, I'm not going to say that it's so easy and how dare you? How can't you take care of? Because some children are profoundly autistic. Some children, but then again, I think of one in particular that I took care of and that I knew well. And I will tell you that, he had behaviors where he would bang on things, right? But his parents had him trained, and then they trained me that if he was going to get McDonald's French fries, he had to behave, right? Particularly on the bus. And so you can't be banging on the windows, right? But that was part of his, tics or something that he did, some stimming behavior, right? And it's not that he was bad. It was that he had to be reminded that we can't do that here, right? And then you would tell him, fries, and he knew what fries were. One friggin' word, one simple little word got him to stop banging on the window. Profoundly autistic. Not like Sebastian that could understand don't bang on the window, that wouldn't bang on the window because that's not part of his stimming. That's not part, he knew better than to do it also. I'm talking about a child that's profoundly autistic. Fries. So I want to leave people with that in case any of those higher ups would care to watch Lady Freedom, because you don't have to do that to these children. You don't have to stick them in jail. You need to teach them. You need to come up with coping mechanisms. You need to come up with cool tools in your toolbox to help these children. I know. I agree with you, Detroit. Look at Paris Hilton. Her parents had all the money in the world and they tossed her away because they didn't want to deal with her. It's horrible. Yeah, and she was partying it up, So she was partying it up with the Hollywood elites until she was taken in the middle of the night in her bed, from her bed, excuse me, and taken to Provo, Utah to be recorrected, right? Reprogrammed. That's what they've been doing with these kids for a long time. And there's a lot of facilities that do it because there's a lot of money to be made. And most of the time these kids are either raped, starved, tortured, all of the above, beaten, killed. I guess that would reprogram any of us, wouldn't it? Leslie keeping it real. I don't know who the person is though. This was something to do with children. I'm sorry, I probably missed the other comment. Oh boy. Yeah, just a lot. It's a lot. It's terrible. It's absolutely unimaginable what goes on, and we need to know about it so we can make sure that it doesn't happen anymore. But well, I love you guys so very, very much. I appreciate you guys being here with me today. I am going to take another night off though, because I'm going to look through that footage. I want to get in there and look into that. So, because I was catching up on some things too. But then we're going to have a special live tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So definitely be there for that. And we will get together and, work on trying to figure out what all happened from people's perspective when it comes to the gathering of voices, so yeah, they over medicate. Exactly. Oh, you're welcome, Jilly. Thank you so much for being here. So I mean, we need to get to the bottom of that too, because I mean, I'm curious, since I was one of the people there. I might just make a complaint myself. We'll see. We'll see. Because I wanted to make sure I focused on the good more than the bad. But as we've been, having people come forward and stuff like that, I think, and then seeing him hit that sign really, really struck a chord. I didn't like it. I thought it was piss poor behavior. So Jenny, thank you guys. Thank you so much for being here. All right, guys, I will see you all tomorrow for our special live. We'll get it set up. Definitely come on over and say hello. We'll have TJ on the panel. She was there at the gathering. She did a great job, great coverage. We really want to build her channel up. So let's do that. And I will see you guys all next time.